Hold up! Yeah. YG, Clipper, and Goldie. What it is what it is, and that's what it's gonna be. I pissed on the porch, see it? Got a pistol in my pocket and a bitch up in my Ford. Prius, if you wanna be adored, it ain't hard to find your hoard, but got a lot of hate to absorb when you're like me, kids, and I need it, cause I eat it, so please never stop feeding. Venus, fly trap the lichen and make it disappear. I lack the mind that could contemplate a haunted place with more at stake than I have here. Show up with a knife and they won't like that. Maybe I'm lying. Maybe I didn't write that. Maybe I have multiple people in me and I've snapped. At the heart of this is you owe me an apology, Ripper. I ain't the hardest shipping shit. I can Victorians a Ripper. With the door for the printer with pictures of people you stripped up. I did the game and see the armors for the heart of the Ripper. I'm YGC, aka Mr. Sinister Clipper. If you don't say sorry soon, I'm going dark to your sister. If you don't say sorry soon, I'm going dark to your sister.
Yeah. Trixie. Eric July is just a black guy without much to say and mostly just lies. Like Isom, I know there's no way he writes. He barely can speak. His podcast is mostly silence. I could never leave so long a gap. I have more intriguing thoughts in bed when I'm having a nap. I could rap so much better, it's sad, cause I'm not even black. Trixie on the track, rockin' nappy head backwards. Nobody can understand Isom's powers. Hashtag Yaira, counting down the hours. Take off your shirt, this shaver's powered. Imagine getting barred down this hard by powder. I'm the twisted fire starter, coward. Rip on by lone, feel the bullets shower. For cannon's sake, we gon' take this hour. Comments on comments, fat baseline power. Trixie motherfucker.
Goldie Witch in this bitch.
That's how we do this.
Hey.
I'm YGC.
Y'all can hear me?
AKA Mr. Sinister Clipper. If you don't say sorry soon,
I'm throwing darts to your sister. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. Y'all, my little homie Riley is in a lot of trouble. You all know he went to jail. And he's facing a court case because young Rippa, 69, Eric July, has not dropped the case against him. He's continuing to pursue a harassment case against Riley. Worst case scenario, Riley could face 180 days in jail. And in order to afford a decent lawyer, he's going to need to have about twice what currently is in this fundraiser in about 12 days. So this needs to get pumped up tremendously. Anybody who can share anything. I've got $45 in my bank account. I don't got shit to give to this. That's got to last me for the next 2 days until I actually get paid. And then that money has to last me for an entire month. So, I'm literally begging you because I can't do anything about this. I can't give any more to young Clippa. But if you can, this is a pretty important thing in my mind to the future of comedy. And I'm hoping I can get this message out to people like Dave Chappelle or Louis C.K. or even like John Oliver, people who have been like broadly canceled for like making fun of people on, in media. Riley was jailed for specifically repeated digital posting. He posted videos threatening that he was going to pin down and shave Eric July. And Eric told the police that he considered this a credible threat to his and his employees' safety on the basis that Riley taped some money to his warehouse after having made threats to shave him on the internet. And Riley was arrested for that. He's out now, yes, but he hasn't gone to trial yet. We still don't even know the date of the trial, but we do know that he's got about 2 weeks to pull the best lawyer he can. And that's going to cost a lot more than what this has raised so far. So this is still looking like kind of dire straits. This is looking dicey for them. I mean, our goal here is 1,500. This is for the whole legal battle. And this is just our baseline idea of like what this will probably cost. If there's meant to be a shot of Riley actually like getting justice through the system. Like already Riley has been victimized by Eric's abuse of the system. He's already gone to jail over shit that Eric either lied to the police and told them that he felt unsafe when he has said the opposite over and over and over again online, or he lied online when he said that all of his detractors were free to pull up and air out their grievances together. So if this could get taken to a level of court with decent enough lawyers where somebody's going to look at this case, understand what's happening, be able to get all the evidence together and make a case against Eric, if justice were to be served, Riley would be suing Eric for the damage, for the enormous damages to his life. Unbelievably enormous damages to his life that Eric's been causing for more than a year now. And if he can't raise that money, if he can't get a good lawyer, there's a chance he ends up facing 180 days in jail if the justice system fails him to the same degree it has been so far. So far, he's already been to jail because Eric, a guy with millions of dollars, was able to tell the police, this guy wants to hold me down and shave me, and he stuck some money to my warehouse. Therefore, he's dangerous, and he needs to be put in jail for harassment, which in Texas can mean embarrassing someone legally. So, you know, but the only way that Eric got that warrant is by telling the police different information from what he was saying publicly. If not for that, all this would be a little bit different. But Eric has been saying many, many times, publicly threatening Riley, publicly threatening his other critics, you know, insisting that people could come and have a conversation with him, and then calling the police on the first person who shows up to do that because he said that he was going to shave him. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Also, in the time since Riley and Mint have been home, these people have been calling wellness checks on them over and over again. So Mint Salad has twice had to convince the police that she is of sound mind and capable of taking care of herself and making her own decisions, because these people keep calling the police and telling them that Mint is being abused. Now, she's passed all these wellness checks, and in order to prove to the internet that she is intelligent and of sound mind, she took a live IQ test recently. And she scored 125, which is a very good score. Now, I've always tested around that range whenever I've tried to take IQ tests on the internet, but it's been a long time. I don't really know confidently what is my IQ. So I've been thinking about taking a live IQ test, but I feel like I don't want to do this without encouragement, monetary encouragement in particular. So I'm thinking if I see this get up to, hey, what do you know? It just went up in the time I've been streaming just now. Incredible. I think if I see this get up to 4,500 tonight, I'll take this IQ test on stream. Otherwise, though, if anybody wants to super chat me or send me money, because I'm also broke, I'll be arguing about hot takes. People can pay me to argue about your hot takes. Send me to Golden Witch Fire on Venmo or Cash App, or just leave a super chat if you want YouTube to take a third of the cash. Or, you know, you can't use Venmo or Cash App because you live in some third world hellhole that doesn't have phone apps or whatever. I don't know why. It's probably their fault. It's probably the app's fault. Anyway, hot takes. Ellen said, I was told all my hot takes are room temperature, so I can't help you there. What's the hottest take you've got? Ellen, you get free because you're a you're the admin. So if you have a hot take you want me to shout about, Anonymous says, I have 3802 coming to me from Amazon Turk on Saturday. Like, because you sold something through Amazon? Like Amazon Marketplace? That's dank. I've got a lot of stuff I want to sell on eBay. I've been meaning to just go through a bunch of my collection, but I'm always scared that I'm going to end up selling something right before it becomes more valuable or something. But I did my first ever eBay sale last year of the 3DS with the Pokemon, like the Pokemon Y 3DS, where it's like red and it's got the Pokemon on it, because they shut down the e-store for the 3DS. So I was like, well, I'm never going to use this fucking thing again. I'm selling this. And I sold it pretty much immediately. So that was nice. But I got tons and tons of shit, and it feels really time consuming to imagine going through and like cataloging all of it and figuring out what it's all worth. At one point I got Dave, Don't Call Me Dave, the producer, to sell a bunch of shit for me, because he's like good at eBay. But I also found out you're only allowed to sell like so many things at once also, so you got to be kind of tactical what you're even bothering to sell at a time. You can't just like list all your shit, I'm very curious about this YouTuber. I don't remember who Max Durat is, but this video is called An Actual Alchemist Reacts to Full Metal Alchemist 2003. And I'm like, what do you fucking mean? What do you fucking mean by this? An actual alchemist? What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, better 2 years late than never, right? So,
2 years late to
Gaudantham
what?
Nominas Filiam Tuum, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the latest installment in my series on the Full Metal Alchemist franchise. In case you're
The latest installment in a series? Well, how long is the goddamn series? Did I watch these already? Why can't I remember whose channel this is? Did I only subscribe to this recently or something? I don't think I've seen any of these videos. I've not seen one single one of these videos. Why am I subscribed? The most philosophical video game ever made. Okay, so I must have watched this video. Oh, maybe maybe somebody paid me to watch this and then I subscribed because I watched that video and liked it. Maybe that's what happened. That makes sense. That adds up. Okay. Seems like he's memeing about being an actual alchemist, right? I don't know. They're actually a thing. I mean, I'm sure there's a thing. There's a thing called alchemist, but it's not the same thing, right? I gotta think of some hot takes. My hottest take right now is that anime is actually good. That anime has just gotten better. I mean, obviously Mushoku Tensei is fucking dog shit. So that's an exception. But like most of this stuff is fine. Windbreaker's fine, Kaiju number 8's fine, Konosuba's still good. I don't know anything about Viral Hit. Tsukimichi kind of boring and shitty, but I don't know. It wasn't like offendingly bad. Maybe I've gotten too soft in my old age. I don't know. The new bartender was better than the old bartender. That wasn't true of the new Spice and Wolf, but you lose some, you win some. How mad can I really be? These people get paid nothing. What are they supposed to churn out fucking masterpieces for me? I don't pay them. I'm on an illegal streaming site. I fucking what am I doing for them that they owe me some kind of amazing anime? I feel like it's hard to even be upset with anime anymore. It's just like, yeah, whatever. It's just like a containment medium for autistics, basically. It's like, are you like not capable of fitting into society, but you understand cartoons? We got a job for you, If you if you've got the art version, if you've got the artism instead of the programming autism, you've got to make this stuff for the programmers. So all the programmers can watch, the artistic autists express themselves and they can all bond. That's my take on anime generally. Is this a hot take or is this a cold take? Somebody tell me if anime is all autistic is a hot take or not. But yeah, I'm going to read your hot takes if you post them, in my head internally and say nothing unless I am personally interested in them in such a way that I end up talking about them, unless they happen to be super chats. This is kind of just how I handle chat in general. I pretty much read all of it and then pretend I didn't read all of it until somebody pays me to act like I actually read it. But then I randomly react to some people and it makes other people kind of like jealous because they're like, why does she always read whatever Amy and Ellen says? And it's like, oh, because they're day ones and they hung out in the Discord and they listen to the old podcast. So they get special privileges. Ha ha ha. It's absolutely a club. It's a gay little club. All right. But in order to advance in the gay little club, you just have to get more of Big Sis's attention. And Big Sis only cares about one thing. And that's the Skrilla. So the only way to get my attention is with money. You have to work harder at your day job so you can get my attention. Unless you've got an open couch for when I'm in town, like Landon. Or open bed, rather. Landon's got a whole fucking queen size guest room. Amy's hot take. The idea of invisible/direct prose in fiction is stupid and is actively making prose writing worse. The prose doesn't get in the way of the story. It is part of the story. I don't know. I don't know what people mean by invisible or direct prose, but yeah, obviously the prose is part of the story. Like the way that it's told is integral to how it's understood. And I think your story, like what I praised it for, was the way that it reveals information in a very particular order, where every word feels like it's expanding our mental image in a tactical way that feels right. It evolves us into the story and kind of feels like it's folding over, like layers folding over us until we're in there, and so many stories, the prose takes you right out of it because it feels like you're reading the author talking to you and not reading the story happening. It feels like somebody is telling you the story, not like you're literally just feeling it unfold through the text, Anyway, I assume that's what that's about. The fuck is the golden wug? Wug. I shouldn't be on here because whatever I watch on here will just get me copyright claimed. Look at how bad my copyright claims are. I just had to remove a segment from last night's stream. And I'll probably have to remove another segment from the first half. It wasn't even the one that got us taken down. It was the two different Pokemon, Pikachu's Vacation, and somehow reacting to Snorlax. That clip also got me blocked. The Poke Snorlax commentary Lamau clip is apparently copyright protected, I guess. Makes no fucking sense to me. How we doing, free clip of fund? We got to cross 4K. We got to cross 4K before, it's only fucking $14 away. We should be able to do that in the next 15 minutes. There's no reason $15 cannot appear inside of this. I believe it's possible. I believe it's possible more than I believe anybody has a hot take that they actually care about enough to pay me to read. Kendrick performed a cool concert yesterday. Apparently, I don't follow rap myself, but everyone's losing their mind over it. Yeah, it was pretty incredible. So what happened exactly is Kendrick. I know I retweeted the. Yeah, here we go. This is the entire show. This is a massive fucking stadium show in Inglewood, California, which is nearby to Compton, relatively. Probably the nearest place that there's a. Well, it's actually not even relatively. It's next to Compton. Inglewood is directly next to Compton. It's where. No, wait. I'm thinking of Linwood. Linwood's right next to it. Whatever. There's a bunch of these fucking little towns that are all near each other in LA, in the LA metropolitan area. I can't remember how close Inglewood is to fucking Compton. It might be further south near whatever. It doesn't matter. They did this big ass show. Everybody from Compton is in this stadium. At some point, Kendrick brings every single person that he knows from the city of Compton seemingly onto the stage for a photo opportunity. But the main things about this is that this is like, so in the wake of him making all these Drake diss tracks, people have done a lot of analysis videos going back through Kendrick's discography, and it's within like a 15-minute drive max. Okay. Good to know. So like people have been going back through Kendrick's discography and talking about which tracks like could be taken as Drake disses, and you know all the subliminals that he's thrown over the years, putting together like little mixtapes of his diss tracks or stuff that could be taken as diss tracks. What I would describe this concert as is Kendrick making like the Drake diss track, the Drake diss mixtape, but instead of making it like a cheesy cheap mixtape, doing it as the greatest live DVD ever. Not on DVD obviously, but like this is an insane live show. And in particular, I don't think hip hop live shows, especially when it's a single artist, are usually particularly good. It's pretty hard to maintain breath control and keep a massive crowd hype and like actually nail your lyrics. And Kendrick's been kind of here and there, you know, he lets the crowd do a lot of the singing for him, which isn't always a bad thing. It's just important how tactical you are about. This show is so practiced and precise. It feels like everything is incredibly intentional. Every single step of it's planned out, obviously rehearsed. So it's a hell of a show. And it starts with, you know, Kendrick Lamar rising from the center as the intro to Euphoria is playing, the first diss track he did about Drake in a row out of 4. So he opens right up with the diss tracks. And Euphoria, you know, amazing song. The crowd's going absolutely fucking ape shit for it. The moment when he does the famous "What is it, the braids" lyric, you gotta hear. There's not a lot of times that you can hear a crowd sing a lyric so clearly that it like overpowers the artist in the mix, and you can just hear that every single person in that audience said those words. You will hear that with "What is it, the braids."
Digital hub, get shaky. I park it today. Show you I learned from those mistakes. Somebody has said that you gotta read. God, break down. I park this song. Very first time I shot me a Drake. He said for the rapper talk about guns. This and I have, and I felt rebel. Okay, money.
God damn it, I can't.
And I might do a show solo. Thinking about me.
Okay, it's a little further in. Okay, yeah, here we go.
What is it, the praise? I hurt your feelings. You don't wanna...
That right, it's like the way it just reverberates through the whole stadium.
I'm ready to double the wage. Better do that than a Canadian nigga make pot turn in his grave. Cut the business, you got shit twisted. What is it, the praise? I hurt your feelings. You don't wanna work with me no more. Okay.
Every motherfucker in there knew those words. And like these songs are not easy to do. No, this is not Ye. This is Kendrick. Come on now. I ain't gonna play no Ye on here.
He even gotta get Still love when you see cess. Everything with me is blessed. Keep making me dance, wave my.
Having a hard time not laughing saying those bars, I bet.
That's just me, I guess. Some shit just cringeworthy. He ain't even gotta be.
This part I really like as well. He goes back through this one segment of the verse over and over. Oh boy, Gary Always. Gary Always with the hot take. Gary Always' hot take. I'm offended, Gary. Gary's hot take, Riley shouldn't have messed with Eric. Highly disagree. Highly disagree. This might not be good for Riley that he has to deal with all of this. But this is good for everybody else. He didn't do anything wrong with that doesn't actually matter, says Gary Always. I mean, it depends on how defeatist you want to look at the world, right? Do you think that we should all expect everything to be bad and just accept that the system is broken and never try to do anything to protect ourselves and let them just keep taking more and more of our personal freedoms away and just kind of suck it up and go, yeah, well, I guess this is just what reality is we just lose? Nah. This country was built on the idea of being like, nah, fuck it. The buck stops somewhere. We'll kill a motherfucker if they're going to say this, you know? I think, you know, being willing to go to jail for your principles, if anything, you know, is it's the closest thing you could do in the modern age to being a martyr. You know, like nobody wants to see anybody actually die over this shit, but this motherfucker went to jail over it. Most people wouldn't be willing to. He knew this could happen. He knew based on who Eric is, this would probably happen. Eric was probably going to call the cops, probably going to get his ass sent to jail. He didn't know why. He didn't know how. But, like, what can you count on Eric to do other than this? This needed to be exposed. This is the crack that breaches the armor that gets us in to full-on intellectual war with the Grifterverse, with the Glenn Beck Master Circle, you know? For me personally, if I could spell, I see it as a mission
her web
to interrupt all of these people
is a different video. So
as deeply as possible. All these motherfuckers, John Della Rose, I personally hate. I think this guy sucks. He's a piece of fucking shit. He's got no principles. He's an absolute grifter, a dog shit human, just a real piece of dog shit. Nerdrotic, I mean, look at him. Come on. This guy looks like a vampire. Mahler, dog shit, stole the gimmick that I should have, and I'm going to take it back. Alex Stein recently revealed himself to be a bitch-made bot, just absolute garbage. EVS went on his show and made him look like a baby, made him look like a clown, made him look like a little bitch boy. Eric July, of course, right here. Glenn Beck pays all these people to the blaze. Anthony Cumia, who just hates
let's
black
go
people
just
a lot. I don't know. That's his thing. Chrissy Mayer, kind of a bitch.
little further and expand essay.
You know, all these
trying
people
to profit off your attention
and Jeremy Quarter Pounder. I know he's involved somehow in all this. All these people and they deserve this. They deserve this a lot. And somebody had to throw the first stone. It's unfortunate that everybody else felt they had too much to lose and wasn't willing to sacrifice anything. But Klippa stepped up to the bat and said, "I'm your Huckleberry." So that's where we've ended up. That's my rejection of your hot take, Gary. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in hope. You can't just roll over and let the bad guys win. Just because they have more money and power than you. Take their money and power. Eat the rich. Anthony Cumia is absolutely a boomer. Yeah. If that's who you're talking about. They always talk about hiding behind screens until presented with someone who doesn't. Exactly, course guy. And to make matters worse, they literally invited it like over and over again. Pull up, come say, let's do a confrontation. Let's talk about it. Let's have a conversation about it. And like Riley didn't show up and like cause problems. He showed up and said like, hey, you know, what's going on? Can I get an apology for my Twitter getting taken down? And like the first thing that happened was Brandon showing up and threatening him. Gary always at $2. God is real and it's libely. I mean, that's a take. I guess she will eventually. So in Kusomega, Libely is training to become the replacement metal god. She is referred to as the Lolly Goddess of Metal, but that's kind of a self-appointed title for the time being. She is not literally the goddess of metal yet. She's training for that. And also her understanding of metal is somewhat twisted, as she is meant to be the god of metal as a set of elements, but actually she's just obsessed with metal music. Why is this not fucking loading? God damn it. Give me my website. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that much I desire. Whatever. Oh, you were giving $2 for your previous message? I actually think that anyone should do what they think is right, but that they also need to be ready to take the consequences, and clearly Riley was. But you said hot takes only. Well, yeah, there you go. Thanks for the excuse. I figured you were doing it as a bit, you know, but I got to follow through. Got to make it real. Got to keep the kayfabe going. I don't know why my kusomega.com is not fucking loading right now. It loaded the other day on stream. Maybe FreeWebs is down or whatever the fuck I built this on. I don't know. Whatever. We'll look at that later. Sorry, no Libely for now. Request a review or see boobies on autisticboobs.com. It's another way to get money into the Mint and Riley household, besides donating to the GoFundMe that goes directly to the legal battle. Obviously, they need like money for life at the same time. You think I'd like Futakuchi Mana? I've never heard of that at all. What is this? A singer? She like a VTuber or something? What's the appeal? Two-mouthed woman. That's a strange. Yeah, I guess that is what that means. Weird. A VTuber that makes metal covers? That doesn't sound like something I would like. Gary always at $2 says, watch Ken Kesey and Mountain Girl on Arrest. Okay. I don't know what that is at all in any way, shape, or form.
It is a perilous society if you don't look a certain way. I noticed the people in the tank that I was in there. There were 4 transvestites A couple of guys with hair to their shoulders. If
Yeah, they
you
were
just
locking
look
up
at
all the
bare
hippies
bones
back
of it,
then.
they're not arresting you guys. It may be because you're not doing anything wrong, but it may also be because you're not getting caught at it. I feel like you only come to this movie once, and if you don't get something rewarding out of every minute you're sitting there, then you're blowing your ticket.
Carolyn, how did this experience affect you?
Oh, I'm
What made it think
tired
he'd
of
only
it
get
all.
to see the movie once?
Are you glad it happened?
I'm not glad it happened, but I'm not sorry about it particularly. I mean, I'm not.
She looks just like the girl
I'm
from
not
Natural
weeping
Born
with
Killers.
remorse.
Mr. Kesey, do you feel that you have the right to do what you want, whatever you want, and still live in this world?
I feel that a man has the right to be as big as he feels it in him to be.
That's good stuff, Gary. Apparently this guy started the hippie movement, was a big acid guy. Well, definitely definitely a hashtag our guy kind of a guy, I would say. Yeah, I mean, I guess Riley probably won't be able to talk about his experience in jail for a while, but the long and short of it is he said, watch episode 2 of Atlanta. It's literally that. You know, like it's exactly what you saw in episode 2 of Atlanta. That is exactly jail. So that guy wrote One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Amazing. Well, yeah, he definitely knew something about institution and its evil. I have not read that book or seen that movie myself. I just know about it. Have I talked about Mushoku Tensei Season 2 anywhere? Oh, yes. Yes, I have. Right on the We Watch Anime channel, where I just put out 2 brand new videos in the last 2 days. Furry anime you should watch for Pride Month, which was written entirely by that one Lucario fan and edited by that one Lucario fan, just presented by me. And Jujutsu Kaisen versus Evangelion, spiral storytelling, a crazy ass mind tunnel into writing theory. But as to your question, the most popular video on this channel is Mushoku Tensei 2 sucks. Ripping into Mushoku Tensei 2 and its defenders for 50 minutes. It's 53 minutes of us going,
like,
me and Bird just going in on the episode where he buys the child slave. Was really upset. And we also talked about every episode of the first half of the season on our We Watch Anime podcast, episode by episode. So I haven't collected that yet, which I really should have. I haven't collected it, all of it into one, because I've got some other collections, but I just haven't, we ended our work that we were doing, We Watch Anime, alongside with, and then I pretty much hit the ground running into doing a totally different career the second that we got to Virginia. But yeah, this is the anime channel now. And manga channel. But I guess we probably should read some manga, right? To be ready for Manga Monday. We could probably bring Manga Monday back on Monday if I've read some manga by Monday. So if anybody wants to pay me for a manga suggestion, I'll do it for $4 a chapter. Let's go with that. $4 a chapter. I'll read whatever manga you want. Unless the chapters are like fucking incredibly long, in which case we'll negotiate something based on how long they are. Michael Foucault, Discipline and Punish. I've read some of that. Only like the very start though, and I was like, this is too much for me at the time. I can't handle this. It starts off with a description of a guy getting drawn and quartered. It's pretty intense. And the book is about like why that's a good thing and they shouldn't have stopped, basically. least that's what I was getting out of it up to the point that I read. I don't know if that was the intent. Yeah, this is the clip of EVS making Alex Stein look like a joke and a bitch. Should we do like a reaction to this? Would that be interesting to y'all? I don't know how much y'all care about this, but Alex Stein was the one who came out and personally greeted Mint and Riley and shook their hands and looked excited to see them when they got to the event. And in this clip is trying to argue that maybe Riley went too far, even though Alex Stein is known for going much farther than Riley did. Like that's like everybody's constantly comparing what Riley's doing to Alex because Alex is known for going even farther than that. It's just that it's happening to his guys, so he has to act defensive. But EVS really didn't let him get away with the soft, soft responses. He just kind of made him look like a little pussy. It's pretty good. We could also watch Dick Masterson review Yaira #1. I haven't read Yaira yet. I've read the first 2 Isom chapters, which are both fucking horrible. Nick Rakita finally started streaming again. I don't really watch him, though. I don't necessarily like his streams. I think he's a funny dude. But kind of like Lolcow funny a little bit, you know? Metroid Prime 4 Beyond reaction and first impressions. That's an hour and 20 minutes worth of first impressions based on a 1 minute trailer. I'm kind of scared to hear an hour and a half about a minute of footage. I already did my own take on the Nintendo Direct. One of my other streams. I should probably clip that also. Is Elden Ring DLC really already out? I thought that was coming out on like the 25th or something. Oh, I've got a super chat here. Agadine with $5 R. Serge Tankian on System of a Down's Creative Tension and Hiatus by Soul Bloom with Rainn Wilson. Okay. The phrasing of that is confusing, but I'm curious what this is. Serge Tankian on Creative Tension and Hiatus by Soul Bloom. Is this going to get me copyright struck and taken down? Okay, we had so much creativity and input coming into the band, specifically with Darren's songwriting and me wanting to bring in music as well, because over time he became a better lyricist and I became a better musical songwriter, a better composer. So it became kind of like a push and pull, which is really good for bands actually, because it's a yin and yang kind of thing. Two strong creative forces.
And it has broken up so many bands.
And it has also
broken
torn
apart so many bands.
Oh, right. Rainn Wilson is that dude from The
Office.
Office.
I basically told the guys, listen, I'd like to take a hiatus. I'm not saying
why is this show called Soul Bloom?
I can't do this right now anymore. Right. And I want to do my own thing and also take time off and have a life.
Kind of like self-help podcast.
It wasn't taken well at the time. I won't get into that. But years later, we started touring again in 2011.
I never realized how much
and
of an
it became a
accent he
fun
had.
thing,
What he's
you know, because it left kind of nothing was totally resolved creatively, but it became a fun thing because we at least put everything to the side and said, look, we're friends, we're brothers, we've known each other for a long time, we still respect and love each other. Let's go have fun and tour together. And we've been doing that since, you know, not as much as, you know, they would like, let's say, or I'm not going to speak for each and every person of the band because that wouldn't be fair of me either. But generally, I'm the least person that wants to tour. Part of that is physical because it's tiring. I've done it for 25.
Bear in mind, he's like 12 years older than the rest of the band or something like that. So I get how he's more tired than they are.
Years. And I had back surgery a few years ago. I'm much better now and all of that. But part of it is that. Part of it is it's artistically redundant, after a while, because it's Groundhog's Day. You're repeating yourself. David Bowie said the first 2 weeks of every tour is basically, I'm paraphrasing, but, creative. After that, it's redundant kind of thing, which is correct. I don't know. So it's that. But I do enjoy playing with the guys. And when it's a one-off, it's actually fun because there's no pressure to do this whole rigmarole of a long tour or press or anything.
Yeah.
You just rehearse together, make your dumb jokes, have food together, and then go and play that one show, and it becomes a hoorah. So that's what we've been doing. And I'm grateful for that.
Oops, I didn't mean to click on that. You said
you don't eat bacon anymore, right? Didn't you say?
You said it's a hot take by proxy, I guess, him describing it as Groundhog's Day. Well, and I don't think that's necessarily a hot take about touring. Most bands don't seem to like touring. Like when I think touring, I think of I hope I'm gonna like speed this up so that I don't get copyright claimed as easily. I guess I'll just put it at like 1.25. Starts off kind of slow anyways, hopefully this will protect me.
If this tour doesn't kill you, then I will.
I hate your guts and it makes me ill, seeing your face every morning. One more month and 22 days. If this tour doesn't kill you, I may. Counting down the miles till we leave the state. Counting down the minutes till I can't erase every memory of you. For a second, let's be honest, nothing will clean your filthy conscience. Everything you do makes me wanna vomit. And if this tour doesn't kill you, buddy, I'm on. Why can't we just get along?
Why can't we just get along? Why can't we just get along? Why can't we just get along? You think you're so original. Why can't we just get along? I can't wait for your funeral. Why can't we just get along? Don't wish you dead, wish you never did want it all. I'm trying not to let you get my head.
But every word and every goddamn syllable that you say makes me wanna gouge out my eyes with a power drill. If the store doesn't kill you, if the store doesn't kill you, if the store doesn't kill you, then I will. Line it said, touring is a deal with the devil, aka the mafia. That's how it is for many artists. I saw something like in a good video or two. Yeah, that's the impression I've usually gotten. I mean, and there's always some kind of, I feel like you have to fucking really, really bust your ass to make enough money touring for 4 people to have like an average middle class living and be able to afford all their fucking equipment. Like you have to be a pretty fucking successful band just to like afford like a regular life and to be able to do this incredibly difficult, taxing, fucking mentally exhausting job that makes you want to kill your friends. Like it's a brutal lifestyle in the name of I want to be able to do music and not have a day job that's boring to me, it makes a lot of people regret choosing that life and go back to the day job. I mean, ultimately the fate of most bands is everybody gets a different fucking job. They might do it in the music industry, but most people end up doing something else. I haven't ever made enough money off of music to do that as my career. This is my something else, this is my day job instead of being able to make enough money doing music. And I'm terrified to make the kind of investment into touring because I know I don't have the riz to sell out shows, to like bring people to shows. I don't have that kind of riz. I don't even live in that kind of place where it's easy to make that kind of thing happen. So yeah, I would say touring, brutal, generally brutal. I don't blame Serge Tankian as a 60-year-old for not really wanting to do it and viewing it as kind of intellectually boring. And you have to consider that Serge is a guy who's just constantly doing shit. Like, regardless of being a touring band guy, he just put out a book, like an autobiography, which I'm sure is why he was on that podcast. He's probably there to promote his book. But like in the time since System of a Down's broke up, he made Elect the Dead, Imperfect Harmonies, Harakiri, Orca Symphony 1, Cool Gardens, Poetry Suite, Cinematique Series, Illuminate, Cinematique Series, Violent Violins, and Foundations. That is literally more solo albums than there are System of a Down albums. And he's always done he's got 3 collab albums. He's got tons of guest spots. Apparently he's been involved in a shitload of movies. And again, he just wrote a book. So yeah, I don't think he's tripping on not being a part of System of a Down because he can kind of do whatever he wants and make enough money to survive off of it. It's the other members of the band who are not as talented and driven who would really like to get that big old fat System of a Down paycheck to coast on for a little while, Darren's his band is all right, but they've only put out like 2 albums in fucking 12, 15 years or whatever the fuck. And they only ever play shows in LA. And now they're called Darren Malakian and Scars on Broadway, whatever. I don't know what difference that's supposed to make. 2 albums, 10 years apart. And it's been 6 years since the last one. So this dude is probably like, I just want to make System of a Down songs. They're just like, I really don't want you to have all the money that you want from doing that, though. And I don't want to break my back touring on it. I get it. Especially knowing those guys are just going to do a bunch of drugs and, probably have to be wrangled through the tour if they make that much money. If you love a band, buy their overpriced merch at shows that said they actually make money. That's true. My mom has the biggest fucking collection of System of a Down merchandise imaginable, and she's got all of the fucking Chavo's side projects, all his Red 22 brand shit. She's got John Dolmayan's CD. She went to a bunch of Scars on Broadway shows. Like, the ultimate System of a Down super fan. People like her existing are the reason that they all can still exist and only have to do like a couple System of a Down shows every once in a while. Who is Eric July? You never heard of the guy? He is a conservative grifter YouTuber. I realize we've never actually bothered like going to his channel. He a fan is the best way I can describe him in like in a pithy mimetic way. But basically he's a guy who bitches about feminism in Star Wars and Disney movies or whatever. I guess he's accusing the Acolyte of being a money laundering scheme, which to me sounds like a weird self-report, considering that's something he's been accused of, and it very unlikely is something true about the Acolyte. But these people always got to admit everything they're doing subtextually in everything they do. He teams up with the pronouns guy. If you don't recognize this guy, this is the fucking pronouns. Oh, they put pronouns in my video games. Is that guy. So the two of them scream about Star Wars like literally every day. This dude waxes that dude's bald head, and this dude waxes his nutsack with his mouth, and they complain about Star Wars every day and how gay it is or whatever. And then he does live streams where he advertises his comic books. The comic books are fuck awful. He also raps. He also, he's also got like a new metal band or metalcore band. Is there a fucking playlist of this shit? How do I get to your dog shit? He used to do a show called Monetize Your Haters. This is what he was like really making a lot of his money off of, is like letting dumbasses who didn't like him call in and just kind of clowning on them Destiny style. This is where he was like really doing numbers, but he had to stop doing this after his detractors got too powerful, and he had to, keep his comic book sales up, which he cannot do if he acknowledges the rampant criticism of his comic book, because his comic book is very bad. It is the worst comic book I've written so far. I've written about a page worth of analysis of each page of the comic. Not a lot happens on each page, so there's a lot to say about how bad it is. He's the AI art guy that has a bro that is a YouTube artist, real artist. It says AI will replace artists. He doesn't make art. Who are you talking about? This guy, or are you talking about somebody else flying it? No, you're talking about Shadiversity. Yeah, Shadiversity is a different dude. No, this guy's comic is all made with 3D assets that have filters put over them. I mean, if you haven't seen Isom, this shit. Okay. Keep in mind, this is like a comic book people were paying like $60 for. It's like 100 fucking pages, 70 of them being the actual comic. There's tons of extra crap in here. Just oceans of extra crap. Look at this image. Look at this. What is going on? This is one of the cover arts. Look at the perspective here. Now, the reason this is like this, and you're going to see this exact same guy in this exact same pose, is because these are just 3D models that they like haphazardly posed. This one's like an actual drawn by an artist one. But here's the like real, when you open up the book, the first two images you see are like right inside the cover is this. He has no eyes. And then this is the next page. Look at this fucking face. They have no eyes. This is the first thing you see when you open up the book. And then it gets to this cheap looking title page. And then him going over all his grift, the stuff he talks about in all of his videos. For all the people that have watched their favorite franchises be hijacked. For each person that always wanted to get into an ever-expanding universe and just didn't know where to start. And those who just want to invest in creators that don't hate them. You definitely hated your audience when you made them this piece of shit. The first page is just like a nondescript collection of 3D assets, again, with filters over them. It's just the outside of a police precinct. I'm not going to get into this. I've written about all of this. It's bad. It's ugly. It's comprised entirely of 3D models. Look at this. It's just so goofy. Why do they never have eyes? There's so few images in which anybody even has eyes in this whole comic. The perspective is always like wonky and fucked up. This shot's funny. Like sometimes the images individually are passable, but when you actually like read them in sequence, you'll notice so many weird inconsistencies and like there's no sense of flow. It's more confusing the more attention you pay to it, which is also funny. And here's the most famous page is Isom falling on this car. This was adapted. This comes up in like several different comics revisit this moment, and it's in the live action trailer they shot for the Yaira comic, which is this ice chick, her. And then there's this full page ad. This is again like a $60 Kickstarter funded comic. There's a jewelry ad. right after the splash page. When you're reading this in the comic, it's like this is on one page and on the other page is this. It's his wife's online jewelry brand in the middle of a superhero comic book that people paid for through a Kickstarter. It has a full page ad in it. The ad is actually in the physical comic. I'm telling you, this is a real ad that is in this. Can I open the first pages of Dorohedoro and show people how to start a story? I could do that. But yeah, this ad is just smack in the middle of Isom. The story bounces all over the place constantly. It's super confusing, super convoluted. It introduces a ton of characters before it establishes who any of them are or what they're doing. Again, it just looks heinous. And then at the end, after all this sound and fury signifying nothing, it's like, we aren't done yet. And then there's like a whole advertisement for another comic that's about his band if they were superheroes, I guess. And then there's another bunch of extra shit. It's just like so loaded with extra crap. There's an ad for his band, Backwards. That's right. That's the name of the band. So that's how we'll find the music. I guess none of it is linked to directly on his channel. Backwards. This is what they sound like. Gay. Very gay. Actually, you know what this sounds exactly like? This is what this reminds me of.
I hate this new stuff. Dude, you are not metal. It's just metal by numbers. It's so easy. Any idiot could do this.
Honey, you're an idiot. Why don't you do it?
Never really die. It's kind of like a zombie or even a Jesus guy. So grab your bricks with instruments and start a metal band. Think about that, the wizard or Redlock, I ran. We're coming to the end of the first verse. Then comes a breakdown pretty course. Then the second verse. You know I get rhyme. Verse with verse. That's because I'm so metal, bitch. Where's your fucking verse?
Break down!
Important sound like the singer wants to fight.
Break down!
Be careful for it, we'll make sure you're alright. Metal by numbers, 1, 2, 3. Follow these rules, and you'll see. Cookie Monster vocals to yell like a Wookiee. Metal by numbers, cookie, cookie, cookie. Metal by numbers, 1, 2, 3. This is Gay Bar. With melody, with a baby to do it, just give it a try. Selling Mago or Metallica every time I die. I have to change my voice to make me sound mad. If I try to sing clean, it would make your ears sad. This is a gag bubble, and I'll tell you the truth.
This does go way harder than gay words, actually.
Compared to Coldplay and Nelly, even city metal rules. Metal by numbers, not a rip within. John Mayer, Kelly Clarkson, they all concern my penis.
Break down!
Sounds like the singer wants to fight. Don't be scared, the chorus will make it all alright.
Metal by numbers, 1, 2, 3. Follow these instructions and you'll see. The vocals yell like a Wookiee. Metal by numbers, cookie, cookie, cookie. Metal by numbers, 1, 2, 3. This is the gay part with melody. Mostly I just thought Eric's whole song sounded like, this is the gay part. It's just like, but just that part. Just the gay part.
Place your words, presented like it's in the news. Flesh not where you're at. But I cannot have you around. Stay from
I just think I could literally do better. Where are the lyrics? Stay away. No, I can't. Stay away from me if your plan is to stop. I want to be in this band. I think I could do some gay metal vocals. I actually really want to be in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. This is like my favorite band that sounds anything like this, you know? You probably know them. I felt that night, brothers are friends, colorless words, everything had shone so bright. The sound of heart we shared. This is exactly what Backwards would sound like if they were good. It's another good metalcore band. Is there even a metalcore band that compares to Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas? I feel like they are just the greatest metalcore band. I know I run a big risk playing their songs, but I figure as long as I've got them sped up, maybe we'll stay safe. Every time I start listening to music sped up, I just want to hear like every song I've ever heard sped up. Like my brain clicks into that mode where it's like everything should be this fast, and then it's like, uh-oh. Now I'm not going to be able to listen to anything slower than this anymore. Oh, I love this song. Okay, I cannot possibly get away with, even at that speed, playing the entire song, right? I'm definitely pushing it with the copyright here. But I'm looking at my untreated adult ADHD playlist now. Whenever my brain gets too... Were there any good hot takes yet? There were. There were a couple of decent hot takes earlier, but it's been a while. I don't think I'll have to speed this one up. I don't think the 23 views thoughts about some dreams I had is going to get me copyright struck. And I also fear what this would sound like any faster than it already is. No, you know what? This sounds slow to me now. There we go.
Wait a minute. This isn't real.
I feel like at that speed, I can almost understand what that motherfucker is saying. Somebody needs to reset Trixie. Her fans are going to overheat. We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, we got another super chat. I'll read this in a second. Okay. Okay, that felt like an appropriate level of brainwash. Cosmic Blue at $2 says Attack on Titan is insufferably boring and the main character is an adult child. This is true. These are both true facts. I completely agree with you. Attack on Titan, it took me a really long time to start liking this show. And then it transcended a point at which I couldn't be invested in it anymore. I was just kind of looking at the pretty colors and kind of laughing at it, you know? There was something a little bit, I don't know, every once in a while, something that I know is bad gets really popular. And one part of me wants to be like, fuck this thing, you know, fuck everybody who likes this thing. And another part of me is like, well, okay, but it's not that it's unreasonable to like this thing. Obviously, there are good reasons to enjoy this thing. But in trying to appreciate those things, I also recognize that the story can't end well. It can't, if a story just isn't good, if the writer doesn't have the skills to make a good story, there's no reason to think that it's going to magically become incredible. You know, it would be better if the author started over and started doing something new with whatever they learned, but it's hard to make a story that's already broken from the outset into something great, you know? And with Attack on Titan, I am interested to maybe do a lengthy video on it, but I'd have to read the whole manga and rewatch the whole show to do a full retrospective. But I think the most interesting thing about Attack on Titan is how it evolved over time, where the author wasn't really trying to make something spectacular. He was a novice at the beginning. And then because his story got popular and because the anime was so good, he felt like he owed it to the fans to try to make it better. And so I think he started coming up with these more and more convoluted stories and trying to answer all the questions he'd set up. But just because he wants to make it good doesn't mean he can, you know, doesn't mean that I really think he just kind of took a few more influences. Like he recognized, like he was early on just basically borrowing from like Gundam and Muv-Luv, and then he kind of discovered more good stories he could borrow ideas from. But I just don't think that he could ever transmute Attack on Titan into being all the way good just by like adding more good ideas to it, you know, and eventually it collapses under the weight of having too many fucking ideas. So to me, like, Attack on Titan starts off kind of like middlingly interesting because of the setting and like the imagery, but I didn't really like the writing in the beginning, and it turned me off. I bounced off episode 5 originally, you know? And when I continued the show, what interested me the most is actually the fact that the main character is an adult child. That, like, we realize at some point that Eren Yeager, like, when we see his backstory and we learn that he was, like, a murderer as a kid, that, like, he's just kind of always been this little vicious psychopath, that's when I started to realize, okay, maybe the story is going somewhere more interesting than I first thought. That, like, Eren's not, like, the good guy, you know, necessarily. But where the story ends up taking his character is just, like, baffling. Like, it's too much. It's like, okay, so he achieved godlike understanding and then fucked up on a level of, like, a child. I don't know. It's a weird one. It's a weird, the way they ended the show, I feel like it raised too many questions. It didn't answer enough of them in satisfying ways. They just kept adding more and more and more and more, like, justifications and rules and ideas to the story. And, like, to me, it got the most interesting in season 4, when we found out that, like, the whole time they'd just been on an island, and we kind of start breaking away from all the bullshit politics stuff that was boring and shitty in season 3, and we get into a different, more interesting bullshit politics and stuff that was okay in the first half of season 4. And, like, I think the ending of season 4 part 1 was, like, the pinnacle of the whole show. The whole battle with the Warhammer Titan, like, when Eren's troops drop in and fight the Marley Titans, that's when the show feels the most like, wow, this is fucking going somewhere. Like, this is building to something epic and cool. It does not build to something epic and cool. Like, it just keeps getting more frustrating until it's over from that point. Like, that's the highlight, and then it just gets frustrating more and more until it's over. And Eren becomes more and more hateable, less and less interesting. And the ending kind of just sucks. But for me, it was almost vindicating, because it's kind of like, it was kind of an I told you so. Like, yeah, I didn't expect, like, I was surprised this got good. I am not surprised that it didn't stay good, you know? Mike Hunt with Australian $5 says, the guy who played Blackthorn in Shogun was a musician before he nuked his YouTube channel, Cosmo Jarvis, originally known for his song Gay Pirates. I don't know what Shogun or Blackthorn in Shogun is. You wrote it with caps with all 3, so I don't know. What are you talking about? Okay, so this is a guy in a show called Shogun. Okay. The guy who played him was a musician on YouTube called Cosmo Jarvis, known for a song called Gay Pirates. That sounds incredible. Did you want me to play that? Did you want to hear Gay Pirates? Is that what this was about?
This water is too salty for me to even drink. I'd rather walk the dreaded plank than stay another week. But it's you, my love. You're my land ahoy. And I'm sick of being beaten and whipped and lashed to death. I want one night with no gang rape, but I won't hold my breath. But it's you, my love. You're my land ahoy. Yeah, you're my...
This feels like it was made in, like, a parody of, like, Fun, like the band Fun, or what the fuck are they called? Mumford and Sons. That whole era where like indie rock became like twee folk with a driving beat behind it, but it's like about pirate rape.
Sebastian, let's go far away, somewhere where the captain won't be mad. Yo ho, Sebastian, I wanna love you good. We deserve much better than we've had. They say they're gonna kill me if I look at you once more. It's in my hand.
Okay, I kind of hate like the music of this. Reminds me of The Only Gay Eskimo though, which I like. So we're gonna listen to that instead.
The song we'd like to play for you now is a little ballad that we wrote years ago while on tour in the Yukon. I'm the only gay Eskimo.
I'm the only one I know. I'm the only gay Eskimo in my tribe. I go out seal hunting with my best friend Tarka, but all I wanna do is get into his parka. I'm the only gay Eskimo in my tribe.
Well, me and Nuck, we both like blubber, but me,
I've got this crazy fetish for rubber. I'm the only gay Eskimo in my tribe.
I make a wish on
The Northern Lights that I can find a decent pair of whaleskin ties.
I'm the only gay Eskimo in
my tribe. And the seals they sing now. These cold winter nights are taking their toll. I even get excited when I see the North Pole. See the North Pole. Only gay Eskimo. I'm the only one I know. I'm the only gay Eskimo in my tribe.
Like the Proclaimers would sing it.
I'm the only gay Eskimo. I'm the only one I know. I'm the only gay Eskimo in my tribe.
I'm the only Eskimo. I'm the only one I know. I'm the only Eskimo.
Rico Kasich from the Cars.
I'm the only gay Eskimo. I'm the only one I know. I'm the only gay Eskimo. And she used to be mine.
Like Oasis. I'm the
only gay Eskimo.
Like Van Morrison.
Jesus Christ, it's in there somehow. Well, the crack was good.
I'm the
only gay Eskimo. I'm the only one I know. I'm the only gay Eskimo in my tribe. I am aware that Eskimo is considered a slur, and therefore this is now a thoroughly cancelable offense. What I've done here, but hey, I learned the song when I was like 12, and I still know the words. So I don't give a fucking shit. I've offended everybody else in the world. Why not offend the far north? Yeah, I fucking hate Canada. Fuck all them. I don't care. Fuck Canadians. They're like Canadians by extension, right? Or do they live in Alaska? Fuck Alaska too. Fucking Sarah Palin ass bitch ass place. Fucking Russia is my backyard ass. Fucking. Y'all don't need to live up there. It's too cold. Y'all don't need to do all that whale blubber shit. Come south. All right. This is too much. Getting too edgy for no reason. What's another hot take I could have? That was too hot of a take. I out hot taked myself. I out hot taked everybody. My take got so hot I burned my hands a little bit. Burned the roof of my mouth a little. Inuits are in Alaska. All right. You know what? We'll make up for this. There's only one way to make up for all this racism. Here we go.
Soon as I wake up in the morning, I go to my window. I made this telescope myself out of duct tape and the thing that holds the wrapping paper so I can see if you're there. I fixed it on your house in Alaska. My next door neighbor here in Moscow What are you doing right now? Let's see. Are you and Todd okay? You say you can see me in my country from your state. Well, I'm looking at you every day, Mrs. Palin. I want to fly into your airspace, Mrs. Palin. I want to rear my little head, Mrs. Palin. Why won't you reply to my emails? I made a telescope for you and I love you so. We share a small maritime border, but the borders of our heart is thick. You don't like newspapers, well, neither of us can say or read English. We are made for each other. So fly your plane my way. I live at 45454. Mrs. Palin, I want to fly into your airspace. Mrs. Palin, I want to rear my head. Mrs. Palin, why won't you reply to my emails? I made a telescope for you.
I made a telescope for you. I think about this song way more than I should.
You betcha, doggone it. You betcha, doggone it. Say it ain't so, Joe. You betcha, doggone it. You betcha, doggone it. Say it ain't so, Joe. You betcha, doggone it. You betcha, doggone it. Say it ain't so, Joe. Doggone it. Doggone it. You betcha, doggone it. I love you.
Oh my god, I've truly taken myself to like a time. Yeah. Let's fucking go. Is this fast enough? Yeah. That felt good on my brain. Mike Hunt with Australian $2 says, hot take, the Mighty Boosh is not funny. I don't ever remember finding it funny either. Let's see if we can find a scene from the Mighty Boosh. The best of Boosh.
Hey, how'd it go?
Okay, that's too fast, but we cannot watch this at normal speed. We'll definitely get flagged. I don't know what Baby Cow is. I don't know why this is on a channel called Baby Cow. No.
Hey, how'd it go, Fossil?
Well, not great. You're not going to believe this.
Hey, it's that
But what
guy.
we do, right, is fight with a kangaroo.
What?
To make money.
Kangaroo?
Yeah, me, one-on-one with a kangaroo.
You get your head smashed off.
I know, it's
Every time I see this dude, I just think he looks like the singer from MGMT.
ridiculous. The man's insane. I'm not doing
I think for a long time I thought MGMT was a British band just because I thought the singer looked so much like that guy. This dude, like, tell me that doesn't look like he could be the same dude, right? Maybe like this. Like, tell me that doesn't look like the fucking
doing it. I'm not bothered. I mean, I'm not something to be ashamed of. But
same guy.
It's just like embarrassing.
I see pictures of naked people all the time. It's
Yeah.
not really going to make any. Oh!
It's the same dude.
What's the matter?
What's that?
Everyone's got that.
None of that business there.
It's just normal, isn't it?
This isn't funny. It's fucking English. I can't even understand what the fuck they're saying. Old Greg. I only know that as a Godimus song. This doesn't look funny. Tundra rap.
Howard Moon's Journal, Day 4. Aye. Okay, do it again. This is the architect, Vince.
It looks even more like the lead singer of MGMT in that outfit.
Never take the Tundra lightly. Have a look through here. What do you see?
When are they gonna rap?
Oh my God!
The Tundra. Check him out. They call him the Shrew. Arms in short, then with the claw.
I'm little Johnny Frostbite, moving around, freezing you up, freezing you down like an icicle, coming in your tent in the pink black scissor bite.
Arctic death, infinite night, call me Tundra Boy, because I move like an Arctic lizard. When the blizzard strikes, I disappear like a pipe dream. All that's left is a gleam. On a tent peg loose, stronger than a moose. Don't block your door, or we come for your rooftop. Stop, look around, take him out on the floor, cause the boots is loose, and we're a little bit low. Nowhere to go, ice flow, nowhere to go, lost in the blinding whiteness of the tundra.
You know, that wasn't funny, but it was good. It was a good rap. It wasn't funny. Somewhat memorable. I could see learning that as like a tundra, you know, a song for when you're in the tundra. This is as funny as Gay Eskimo? I don't know, I guess. Gay Eskimo is really catchy. I think that's the best thing about that song is that it's such an earworm, you know. It's so well written. These cold winter nights are taking, like the fact that it's actually in 3-part harmony the whole time also, like that also makes it a huge earworm because you can remember it in 3 different. I even get excited when I see the North Pole. See the North Pole. Like it's just very good songwriting. I am the greatest. I am the greatest man in the world. Yeah, that's also very good songwriting. A fucking indefatigable earworm. This still hasn't gotten up. I'm in woe. I'm in a state of woe. And not like WHOA, that is the good woe, but a state of WOE, sadness woe, that this hasn't hit 4,000 yet. Whoa. Running through the 6 with my woes. You know how that shit goes. Like Drake. I need all my bitches same color as Drake. If they not, then they getting robbed. Put that Pyrex in the pot. I don't give a fuck if you out there in the 6. Suck a dick, pussy boy, you getting hit with the. And I'm really with the shit, so you not gonna take my hits, break my heart, wanna break your bitch. We don't dragging bodies like it's Metal Gear. I don't care about your fucking status, Peggy. Have no fur, ayy. What the fuck? Somebody brought up to Eric July the fact that you don't learn Isom's powers, I guess, in the first issue of Isom. And he responded, again, I'm not doing the hand holding again. He said again twice. But I don't know why you'd bring up One Piece as if we haven't read it. I guess they brought up the tweet is from a suspended account that he's responding to. I assume he got them suspended somehow, but his response, I don't know why you bring up One Piece as if we haven't read it, because One Piece is very good, and having read it would imply that you knew something about storytelling. You don't hardly know shit about Luffy's physical capabilities within the first 22 pages, outside of him telling you he's been training and him getting pulled and stretching. Isn't the whole fucking first chapter just about how he gets his powers? Like, that's such a weird comparison to make because the stories are not anything alike. It's like a childhood origin story in One Piece. I don't know what the original fucking tweet was saying because it got deleted, so it's hard for me to know what the fuck he's responding to. He says he's a rubber man from the beginning. I mean, don't we see like a flash forward before let's go look at One Piece, right? I mean, it's like established, I think, even like on the fucking cover art, basically what is going on here. Beyond even being a guy made of rubber, there's just more to Luffy than his powers. He's also like a pirate. You know, like there's stuff going on with this dude. God damn it. Why is this website? I just want chapter 1. Okay. Yeah, we got it here on Official Shonen Jump. So the way One Piece starts is with the Gold D. Roger page. So this already sets up something interesting about the story immediately. The king of the pirates has achieved it all. His final words are that his treasure is in one piece and it began the great era of piracy. This is like a sweeping historical moment that sets the stage for the entire setting. Compare this to the first page, again, of Isom. The first page of Isom is an exterior shot of a nondescript police precinct building that takes up an entire page and is made entirely of stock 3D assets. None of the characters from the story appear on this page whatsoever. It tells us nothing. West Floorspark, Uptown, 2 weeks ago? How can the first page be 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago from when? Whenever I'm reading this? How can it be 2 weeks ago? So here, we've got a whole story told in 3 panels on the first page. This is an entire story circle. This is done. This is a full, complete story. This is an entry in an encyclopedia about a historical moment. This is a legendary start to a comic. This means less than nothing. It's actually 2 weeks, like starting your story on 2 weeks ago makes so little sense. It means less than nothing. And he's going to draw comparisons between his comic and One Piece. So One Piece introduces us to a small harbor village. 1 year ago, a pirate ship made this village its base. So this references something that happened a year ago. We are not dropped in a year ago. We are dropped in the present moment and told that a year ago, a pirate ship made the village its base. We don't drop in to 2 weeks ago from no specific time. We learn who the main character is right away, and we learn what his problem is. He wants to be taken seriously. Immediately, we understand what Luffy's problem in life is. He wants to be taken seriously, and he wants to prove how tough he is because he's a child and nobody believes that he's tough. So he responds to mockery by stabbing himself in the face. This is a massive statement of character, I would say. I would say this is tremendously memorable as the first thing that a character does in a story. This establishes way more than establishing anything about his powers could possibly have done. It's his determination, his sheer willpower, his resolve, his indignity, his insanity, all of that in one pair of images, one couplet. All right, so let's see. This comic starts off by introducing a bunch of characters who are not going to matter at all. Our introduction to Isom is that he's punching a gym bag in the middle of a track field on like this bizarre libertarian fantasy compound in the middle of Shadow Valley earlier than 2 weeks ago. Earlier than when? Just earlier. This guy's punching a bag. Who is he? What's his deal? We know he likes to work out. We know that he works out by himself on a big compound. Okay. It's a guy who works out by himself on a big compound. He gets a call from this woman who needs his help, and he says no. So he's a douchebag. So that's what we learned about him. Inviting comparison between your comic and One Piece is an insanely terrible idea. Look at how fucking alive these images are. Look at how much personality, just literally glancing at the pages. Red-haired Shanks, I see multiple aspects of his personality on the first page he's introduced in. All of these guys stand out. The fat guy, of course, the most. Great image composition there. You got this girl. She's got more personality than this woman whose introduction is bland conversation on a phone. Yeah, no, this is not a comparison this guy should ever have invited. I'm not going to go any further than that. I've got plenty more to say about Isom in the future, but I thought that would be funny just because Crimcole sent me that tweet. He's comparing his work to One Piece, and I'm just like, dude, it's just not. It's gonna embarrass you badly. Mike Hunt with Australian $2. Hot take: the most recent One Piece manga art sucks. Huh. Well, all right. Well, we've looked at this first chapter, so we know that I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive, alive, I'm alive. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. There's still 23 of you here. Holy shit. I thought everybody would leave because I was dead. Isom or whatever he's called cut down our internet. I honestly for a second thought it could be One Piece. I was like, oh shit, Viz is like, don't share this. Like, this is the free chapters though. No, we just lost spotty, y'all. It might be spotty for a minute here. It's definitely going to be spotty for a minute here. I can't tell if y'all can even hear me. I'm staring at the connection. I'm just staring at the bars. It's dicey. The connection is dicey. My internet is dicey. Okay, let's compare this latest One Piece to the previous. My first impression is that this looks like it's taken the Shaman King art evolution route of becoming much more calligraphy, much more brushstroke driven over time. Ooh, this is very crowded and chaotic feeling compared to the first chapter, that's for sure. Yeah, it just feels a lot less readable. Each image in and of itself is interesting and very dynamic, but the page flow is odd. Yeah, there's just like too many lines. This looks kind of cool, but it's so chaotic. Yeah, it just feels really chaotic. It feels really unhinged. This suddenly looks like Nazca out of nowhere. This is just like a random ass Hayao Miyazaki Nazca drawing. Is that the issue? Did he like become a big Miyazaki fan recently and start trying to draw like Nazca or something? I don't know. I didn't really like the art there either, Mike Hunt. I think I'm with you. It is kind of, I don't like it as much as the first chapter. Granted, the first chapter probably had like some special effort put into it, but he wants to cram everything because they won't let him make the chapters 50 pages. That's funny. Nate has been calling it scuff piece. I feel like there's a lot of ideas going on here, but yeah, it's just not as readable. You know, it's just like it feels like it's missing the degree of care put toward overall readability that it once had. And looks kind of like a weird, like Made in Abyss, like what the fuck is going on here with like the cactus and the palm tree and all this shit? Like what? There's just so much. Maybe this would read to me more easily if I knew the setting better. But then there's like, what the fuck is going on down here? Like, what is all this sketch shit? Like, I don't know. It is very strange. And the fact that like the face doesn't seem to be completely drawn behind this image. I don't know. Very weird. How is Miyazaki clearly a lolicon? I know, right? How does he get away with it? Oh wait, you were asking Mike Hunt, who said he is clearly a lolicon. How is that the case? But watch his movies. I mean, he cannot show enough girl underwear if he tries, like constantly. And like Nazca just looks like she's naked, like half the movie. Like her pants look like she's naked. It always fucks with my head because I'm just like, is her ass just out? No, she's just wearing like a beige pants. And then in everything else, their like underwear is out. And then you got the other dude, Takahata, who has like a naked little girl in every single one of his movies. And it's like, you know, when you do it this many times, it starts to become suspect. You know? I'm just saying. Investigate Ghibli. No. What else should we look at or react to? What else is cool? What's like it's like a sick, nasty anime meme or some shit. What's like some cool ass, dank ass anime ass memes? Dank anime memes. That doesn't look dank at all. That doesn't look like anime. That doesn't look dank. This looks maybe dank. Oh, I'm not even wearing my headphones.
Raindrops, smoking on cooking a hot bar, fucking on your
No, I hate that. I really hate that. That's not dank even slightly. It's also not anime. That is gross. That's terrible. I'm sorry you had to hear so much of that before I got my headphones on and realized what I was hearing. All right, let's see if this
Like the video and subscribe right now, and you will.
No, fuck you, bitch. I'm not doing any of that. All right, I made myself angry. Give me more hot takes. She sells seashells, the Precure version. Is that Monopoly Mermaid Monday? Or are you talking about this?
She sells seashells on a seashore, but the value of these shells will
Oh, yeah,
fall
I've seen
due to
this.
the laws, supply and demand. No one wants to buy shells because there's loads on the sand. Step one, must create a sense of scarcity. Shells will sell much better if the people think they're rare, you see. Bear with me, take as many shells as you can find and hide them on an island. Stockpile them high until they're rarer than the diamond. Step two, gotta make the people think that they want it, really fucking want it. Hit them like Bronson. Influencers, product placement, featured primetime entertainment. If you haven't got a shell, then you're just a fucking waste, man. Free, it's Monopoly. Invest inside some property. Start a corporation, make a logo, do it properly. Shells must sell, that will be a new philosophy. Swallow all your morals, they're a poor man's quality. 4. Expand, expand, expand. Clear forest, make land, fresh blood on hands. 5. Why just shells? Why limit yourself? She sells seashells, sell oil as well. 6. Sun, sell stock, sell diamonds, sell rock, sell water to a fish, sell the time to a clock. 7. Press on the gas, take your foot off the brakes. Then run to be the president of the United States. 8. Big smile, make big wave, that's great. Now the truth is overrated, tell lies out the gate. 9. Polarize the people, controversy is the game. It don't matter if they hate you, if they all say your name. 10. The world is yours. Step out on a stage to a round of applause. You're a liar, cheat, the devil.
Ridicule.
And you sell seashells on the seashore.
Kind of reminds me of Have You Checked Your Butthole? It says a music video? I didn't know that.
When my roommate comes into the room looking for his car keys, I don't say it yet. And when he gets me off the couch to check underneath the couch cushions, I don't say it yet. No. And then when he says out loud, I wonder where my car keys are, I still don't say it. But then he asks me, do you know where my car keys are? I look at him in his face and I say, have you checked your vitals? Yeah. I have not seen your keys, but since you're asking me, you better check out the title. I'm not serious, I don't think it's up inside your big brown business. But a funnier thing to say to someone who's lost their shit and is stressed out visibly, when I see the best man start to sweat, I don't say it yet. When I see that little ring bearer cunt getting yelled at by his mum, oh, I still don't say it. When I see the groom asking the vicar if they can wait just another 15 minutes, I do not say it. And when the father of the bride starts organising an ad hoc emu bomb of the courtyard area, I want to, but I do not say it. It's the 11th hour with 300 congregants under God's roof. The vicar approaches the mic and suddenly all of the chatter goes mute. He says that they've misplaced the rings. Could anyone possibly know where they are? I know it's my time, and all heads turn as I stand and say, Vicar, have you checked your butthole? Get up, butthole. I have not seen your ring, but have you checked your ring? My ring on me butthole. Love is patient, love is kind, but if you ask me where you can find literally anything you've asked before, I'm gonna suggest that it's up your butthole. Where's my phone? Is it up your butthole? I lost my loan. You checked up your butthole. I'm losing my patience. Where is your class? I just lost my grandma. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Are you capable of not saying she's up my arsehole? Of course. My condolences. I'm not looking for a silly joke right now. Yeah. What are you looking for? Honestly, just like a shoulder to cry. Have you checked your butthole? Get up, butthole. Maybe you found your dead grandma up there too. I fucking got you butthole. My family hate me. This might be the reason that I've got no close friends. Fucking worth it, baby.
Mike Hunt, you're not a snub. You just have bad taste. Punch Punch Forever episode 2 is out. All right, let's go watch that. Wait, how is that already out? Didn't that like episode 1 just come out? Is it you're not talking about My Little Slasher, are you? Because we already watched this on the show. We did a whole group watch of that one. If that's what you mean by episode 2. So this was the pilot. So this is technically episode 1. We'll watch the Squid Game short.
마지막 게임에서 승리한 분에게 이 상금을 수여할 것입니다.
우와 상금 개 오졌다. 야 저 돈만 있으면 제주도 여행 쌉 가능이다. 야 우리 둘이서.
Shut the fuck up, okay? I don't care. I can't wait for them to fucking shoot me in the brainstem and kill me.
영상 시청하겠습니다.
Hey, I won.
Oh, that's good. It reminded me of what's that guy called? Red something. The Red Minus. Yeah, it reminds me of this guy. Oh, wait, no, I want this. Yeah.
How long have you been watching that?
Dude, I don't even know.
The Pooh Show will probably do the next reading stream on Saturday because that's the day when I can be in the office like all day. I don't know how much the next chapter is because I don't have the book on me.
Bacon! What is that even supposed to be? It's like a piece of toast is like on a with a cat. It's got like an ass rainbow like behind. How is this any different from the hamster dance? Remember the hamster dance? It's like that. It's from like 1992 probably. There's like a stupid song. There's hamsters. The same. This is exactly the same. Yeah, okay, look, we got work to do. You can't just be... Are you drooling?
Mike Hunt, you need to grow out of the part of you that cares what other people think is funny. That is
such sights to show you.
before you say that Maddox's take on something is good.
Move.
Are you sure you don't need me to hold your hair back?
I'm trying to figure out where does, so I don't know if y'all know this. Y'all remember the song Teach Me How to Dougie from like 15 years ago? You may notice that the music video, the original Teach Me How to Dougie music video, is in fact on the Young Rippa 59 channel, Eric July's channel, because he's like a dancer in this video. I don't know if he looked the same at the time, though. I don't know how easy it will be to find him teaching me how to Dougie. But I know Eric July was part of the... He's one of the dancers who teaches you how to Dougie in this video. He used to be a dancer. Didn't want to be a mean guy. Wanted to be a dancer.
She do her Dougie in every.
Where did he see that?
I just see that me teach me how to. Everybody teach me how to Dougie.
He probably looks too different from how he does now for me to easily recognize his ass. I know he's in there somewhere. I'll find this clip one day. Somebody send me the goddamn Eric July teaching me how to Dougie clip. Because I want him to go back to dancing. I think he can save his career if he goes back to dancing. He claims to have made the dance. I mean, if that's true, he should definitely go back to dancing. That's the biggest hit he's ever been involved with, probably. Teach me how to... My mom knows what Teach Me How to Dougie is. I brought this up to her, and she was like, yeah, I remember the Dougie song. I don't remember the video, but I remember the song. It's the new That One Lucario fan video. Precure fandom's bad. Hey, wait, this is a hot take. Let's check out That One Lucario fan's latest hot take.
Hello there, everyone. I'm here today to unfortunately talk about a slightly less positive subject than what I usually cover on my channel. I want to talk about the Precure community and the large amount of harassment and lack of community that seems to exist between its members. In my previous video, I mentioned how much I enjoyed going on the Precure Twitter community and reading all the different posts that people made because of how much positivity and connection seemed to be between them. I am now, unfortunately, required to rescind that statement and state that I no longer believe it, because how I have seen the Precure community acting after my most recent video shows a severe lack of connection and a desire to simply come out on top by saying what is most preferred by the majority, and thus basically isolating and kicking various people out of the community so that they can feel othered and alone. I speak on this because after I released my newest video about why male characters in Precure can be controversial, I received a huge amount of pushback. A lot of people were saying some very serious things about me and accusing me of being things such as a pro shipper and shipping controversial ships. It is a video that was designed to look at reasons that characters can be controversial and then ask which ones are controversial and for what reasons. I'd like to ask the people who said that the thumbnail is offensive by using these characters, what exactly do they find offensive about me saying that these three characters are controversial? Would they prefer that I say these characters have never received any criticism ever? I highly doubt that. I'm pretty sure that they would agree that the characters are controversial. So what is controversial about the thumb?
I think this is a problem with how people don't understand the word controversial. People view something being controversial as a negative in and of itself. Like they view that as an insult because they really do want to believe in like a reality where they're like everyone just backs their horse. Like whatever they like is beloved by everybody. Like people want to think that. And so when you tell them that their thing that they don't believe is controversial because they haven't seen the controversy personally, they get offended about it. And I've had this exact problem. Like I've called things controversial and had people like jump on me about it. I'm like, it's objectively controversial. People don't want the truth, especially when their thing is controversial.
Thumbnail itself. It is asking a question and is then covering it in the video. Furthermore, the video does not actually make any conclusions about saying that certain male characters are more or less controversial than others. I'm simply bringing up names of male Precure characters and then asking the audience and the people in the comments if these characters seem like they would be considered worthy for the series. That doesn't mean that one is controversial or one isn't, or that certain names that I brought up of characters are all equally controversial. That wasn't what I was saying at all. It was a question for the audience, giving them names of male Precure characters and then asking them how they feel about these characters so I can gauge their interest. But sadly, I have not been able to do that so much, especially with the Precure Twitter community, because of a huge amount of backlash. However, I'd like to say it was not all negative. Thank you so much to everyone in the comments who was positive, because you were very nice and made me feel good. However, before I feel confident to release an actual video about male characters in Precure, I just need the heat to die down a little bit. I'd also like to point out that if you enjoy Precure content, I actually made my own animation and video game on itch.io, which is based around a magical girl story, but it's using the characters of Steamboat Willie, Mickey, and Minnie Mouse. And it's a really fun passion project for me. So if you're on itch.io and you want to try the game,
Let's see what that looks like. Looks like a Kirby's Adventure, but if it was on the Game Boy. Okay. Hot take. Achieved. Once again, thank you to that one Lucario fan for literally writing and editing this Furry
you're right.
Pride anime
For those
video.
weird time paradox.
You can find it on the We Watch Anime channel or on that one Lucario fan. Slightly different edits for each channel. What else do we want to promote here while I'm waiting for people to pay me to do things? What are the channels I follow that aren't just like shit posts and assholes, but actually good people making good stuff? The storyteller's really good. I know I mentioned the other day this Death Note video he did. I don't think I want to watch it because it's kind of long, though. Well, this might be relatable to some of you in the audience who are trying to like direct games and shit. God, that's loud. This looks just like that fucking Captain Crunch game I had as a kid, where you ride the skateboard as a crunchling. Obviously, a little cooler looking, but.
Everyone says I should document my game development journey, but a big reason I haven't is because it would take time away from game development. But 1 year removed from the Kickstarter, and I think it's a good time to share some of that stuff, the stuff on screen. Borrowing heavily from the World Ends Review and similar stories, the game uses spiritual connections as a means of telling a story about the need to connect and help others. I could use all these big words, and talk about themes, but like at its core, that's where it is. The story is told from the perspective of Fiona and Trey. Fiona, who ran a soup kitchen that shut down, and Trey, who sometimes stops by. Fiona Soul is a really weak play on Fiery Soul, and Trey is named after the guy from Black Jesus. There are other characters, but for now...
Ooh, I love her design.
Nixie is Fiona's family recipe that lets you travel to the spiritual realm at will. The spiritual realm is basically just the underground from the World Ends With You. In the real realm, you can see people. In the spiritual realm, you can see people and spirits, but people in the real realm can't see you. After getting their obligatory game powers, they found out that there's a war going on for spiritual territory. And after seeing what it does to people, they decide to get involved and claim territory.
I like that art style too.
It's basically just a gang war of spirits. Think San Andreas. That's Nixie, but what's the actual gameplay loop? The story jumps between cutscene dialogue, fighting off spirits, and races. The red triangle Fiona holds is actually a propaganda machine. The faster and more stylishly she rides... What? Let's run that back. The faster and more stylishly she races, the more people catch wind of her ideas. You can enter people's minds and see their demons, and using Trey and Fiona, you can fight them off in unique ways. When you do this, you basically free them from bad vibes, and you increase your influence meter. The more influence you have, the more control over the territory you have. The goal by the end is to at least fill the bar to 50% to fight the boss of the area. Only by doing this can you take back the territory and learn more about what's going on in the shadows. That wasn't too bad. You know what I mean? That wasn't too. I'm trying to make it all brief and abridged. It's working. All right. From a gameplay perspective, the game draws influence from the World Ends With You and Sonic Riders. The World Ends With You, with its imprinting mechanics, fighting noise, and trends, that last one specifically is really important because the game is set in the UK. And depicting Black UK culture tastefully through music and dialect is really important to me. We see a lot of New York City and Shibuya, so why not run up the shard? The enemy designs are based off mythological African creatures. Ades is a firefly that possesses humans, and the were-hyena does a lot, to be honest. Taylor kind of went crazy. Sonic Riders is where the hoverboard mechanics come in. It's my favorite racing game, and translating it into 2D was kind of a challenge.
There you go, Mike Hunt. Now you're getting it.
The ranking system for tricks, it starts to come together a little more. More on that, from an art style perspective, it takes influence from a few different things. The Boondocks is a very obvious comparison, but only in like select areas. I think it'd be disingenuous to say this is kind of like a Boondocks thing. If that makes sense. It's just got like black anime characters, you know, in like an Eastern style. And maybe just one of the characters, maybe Trey, maybe a bit of Trey. Right. No, the idea of being on the move is borrowed from Michiko and Hatchet. In fact, Fiona's design is lifted from episode 6 of the show. I would still say that Ghost Trick and the World Ends With You are the biggest influences on the character designs. This more chibi style that you see sometimes is inspired by Avatar. Avatar's chibi shorts to kind of help detach it from the main campaign. The idea is to have these unlockable comic strips throughout the game that play during loading screens. Think Danganronpa or River City Girls. And the red hoverboard, some of the UI takes from constructivism. I'm very far left.
We need to get this up by another $14.
Which is made up of a lot of diagonal shapes, a lot of angular diagonal
like
shapes. One of the most influential pieces being this piece called Beat the Whites with the Red Wedge.
I would if I had any money
it doesn't mean
myself.
And that's why Fiona's board is a red wedge and why it's a propaganda machine. So what are some lessons? What did I learn? For starters, you have to learn to be more patient. Game development is about the little victories. You have to nail down the foundations of what you want before you can do anything big. Doing the ranking system and setting up the UI was easy, but nailing down control and creating a gravity system was really hard. Making the text box was easy, but making them work so they could be changed and not clog up by hierarchy was really hard because it's going to slow down the game, right? It's going to, yeah. Contacting artists is easy. Finding the time and money to license music is hard. Things will take time, and you should be ready to embrace that. Black characters need bright backgrounds and bright outfits to stand out in pixel art. I have 2 dark-skinned main characters, not even light-skinned black, just dark-skinned. And as a result, when wearing darker outfits, it's harder to make them pop out. With Fiona, the solution was to make brighter backgrounds and play more of the golden handcuff. And with Trey, it was to give him this green ghost effect with the telekinetic turntable. You can make your characters whatever you want, but definitely keep in mind how they'll pop out to the player. Last thing, but let art kind of grow and express itself. Something I try to do is let everyone I work with communicate their style. Whether it's the music, animation, or artwork, one of my favorite things about Eastern animation style is if you're perceptive, you can tell who animated what section, depending on, if it was corrected. And sometimes even still, sometimes you can still do
Oh,
it.
hey.
It's kind of like a calling card. While there are rules, for the most part, I like that.
Hold on, let me look this up.
I like letting the vision grow and evolve depending on who I work with and what they bring to the table. I like to believe this is part of what makes a project fun to work on. I think the characters are cute and interpreting them is fun.
Since we've got Lucario fans in the audience,
and it's not being
I don't know how you feel about
organically. There are ideas that I wanted to
live
initially that I
action
didn't end up committing to. They didn't work out. Not everything worked out, and
cosplay
the story wasn't even properly
art.
written in writing.
But
until
Mid
earlier this year,
Salad's
because it would be kind of a waste of time to try
doing
and figure out- spend all
Lucario
this time
porn, it
figuring out
looks
the
like,
story
over
without
on
having
her
nailed down the
website.
gameplay or the programming aspect of things first. And just as some ideas didn't work out, some of the new ideas I'm a really big fan of. Anyway, that's
Very
kind of
excellent.
pretty much my update. Follow on social media. if you want to stay in the loop on things, and
AutisticMoves.com.
There's gonna be a cartoon call for voice acting very soon, so I'd say stay on the lookout. Thank you so much for your time. New videos soon. We pray that tomorrow will be better than today. Power to the people. Peace.
Didn't do that because of me. I mean, I think she just owned this anyways, but it's very possible that she was inspired by hearing about a Lucario fan. It's incredibly possible. She has a number of Kigurumis that she does that she streams in and does sets in and stuff. Like she does Gengar a lot. She does Psyduck. I don't know what I'm allowed to show on. I don't know what I can click on safely while I'm on YouTube, but her link tree goes to everything. If you'd rather pay for her tits than pay for Riley's legal fund directly, it still needs to make $14 desperately right now so that it can reach 4,000 and I can feel like, okay, good. At least it's at 4,000. It just feels better when you've hit a higher number. It feels like instead of being like just shy of, you're like just over. You're looking at the world from the perspective of having 4K instead of like hoping for 4K, I think it sends a better message. I want to see it with my own eyes while I'm live. Anyway. Right now I remember why I was going into my phone. Y'all remember the other day I was watching stuff in here. Bird was next to me. I think this was 2 days ago, and he was talking about. I asked him to write a book. I was just like, "Hey, come just write a book," and he came up with a story set in San Diego about a long-haired longboarder, of course, because that's him. So I started fleshing this out. I came up with the character. The main character's name is Rook Palmer. His his full name is Rook Emerson Palmer. Ergo, his name, Rook E. Palmer. Everyone calls him Rookie Palmer. Lapusha Super Chat. Where did this happen? What did I miss? Where are we? Here we go. Australian $10. Since it's a hot take stream, any watch Elo's slurred speech video? Okay. All right, we can do that. Wait. Oh, okay, Lucario's repeating it. Don't worry, Lucario. I just like driving Lapusha a little bit insane. I know I've said this before, but it is one of my goals to make everyone in the chat totally insane. My goal is to basically increase the psychopaths of everyone around me as high as possible, you know, by constantly just fucking with everybody a little bit. All right, Elo's slurred speech. Not enough that you leave, just enough that your life is a living hell because you can't leave. Is this what I'm looking for? Hot takes, LOs. Who the fuck? What is LO? What am I looking for here? Lily Orchard. Okay. Okay, I see. Glass of water, slurred speech. All right. Setting ourselves up with another, just giving the Trixie Clips channel a little bit more work. Unless somebody else wants to beat them to it. You know, I would like to have competing Clips channels. Trixie Clips is a little slow. You know, Trixie Clips is doing great work, doing God's work. Absolutely doing a great job. No doubt about that. But I don't know if they're as oriented towards the views as I am, because 8 hours ago, after 5 days, they published me watching episode 6 of Murder Drones, as opposed to the next Lily Orchard take. Now, I know they said they are working on the next Lily Orchard take. I'm just thinking, you know, how long does it take, and why wouldn't you prioritize the one that's going to get all the views? I'm just saying. I got to drive everybody a little bit insane. You know, let's get some competing Clips channels going. You know, whoever gets this clip out first, I guarantee you're going to get minimum 200 views. Trixie Clips is a channel with almost no subscribers, has 200 views on the Lily Orchard video before I even promoted it. So I'm just letting you know. Clip channels. This is free. Rape mention. Just when you click on a video and the first thing that grabs your eyes is the words rape mention, it's like, oh, all right. Okay, I'll get ready for the rape mention, I guess. I'll mentally prepare. This counts as a rape mention, by the way. Like, the first thing that happens is a rape mention. So thanks for that. I'm in the mindset of a rape mention now. Thanks for putting me in the rape mention state of mind, Lily Orchard. Jesus Christ. Let's go.
At the conclusion of Steven Universe's garbage, and here's why. I made this remark about the LGBT spectrum. This is applicable toward, well, really anybody who falls under the LGBT spectrum. Is it a spectrum? I'm going to say it is, because this doesn't fit in a spoken dialogue very well, and this is a slur, and fuck that noise. Spectrum? I'm going to say it is, because this doesn't fit in a spoken dialogue very well, and this
LGBTQIA+. You had to try to say that for. I guess she probably does a lot of takes of each lines of her scripts. And she thinks queer is a slur, even though the Q is for queer.
This is a slur, and fuck.
I mean, look, I can appreciate somebody just being like, hey, my opinion, fuck the majority, we're going with mine. I just don't agree with the takes that she has. You know, I appreciate the energy of like, you know what, I'm going against the entire community because I don't like the word queer personally. But it's right there in LGBTQIA+. It's the Q. That's what it stands for. I don't know.
That noise. This would, in any sane world, be the exact opposite of a controversial statement, but sadly, we don't live in a sane world. We live in a shitty world, where this offensive slur is being pushed by a small number.
Why is it necessarily an offensive slur? I mean, queer is no more of a slur than gay is. Gay means all the same things queer does contextually when people are using it as a slur. The insult is you are attracted to people of the same gender as yourself. That is just considered a out-of-pocket negative to most people. That's the problem. The problem isn't the word queer. It's that people use the word queer as an insult, and they do mean like you're attracted to people of the same gender. It's just that shouldn't be like the reason that we've taken it back is that if you are queer, if you're self-identifying queer and somebody calls you a queer, then you should be like, yeah, no shit. Yes, I am a queer. Like, that's how you take power away from that. What's the difference between queer and gay in this context?
For people as an umbrella term for the entire LGBT community. This attitude is fucking gross, and here
It's also not that. That's not the point of it. I mean, I know a lot of people use it that way, but the point of it isn't to be a blanket term. It's to be like a mysterious fifth thing, you know?
is why. The usage of the Q slur as an identifier is the subject of a lot of debate, usually centered around the term's origin and whether it's appropriate to use the term or not.
Queer used to be a slur, but yeah, gay also, I think just as much. Gay is and has, I mean, they're both still slurs. Like, to people who don't like gays or queers or fags or whatever word they're using, all of those are only insults because they mean a person who's attracted to the same sex. If you don't consider that an insult, none of those words have any power. And in fact, they could be terms of endearment. You know, it's if I call somebody who sucks dick a fag and they're my friend, they're not going to take that as an insult because we're both people who suck dick, you know, like it just doesn't hit the same way. You know, it's entirely contextual to who's using it. And I think it's way better to reclaim these words and to empower them by acting like you're uniquely offended because of the specific word they used. You know, I don't know. It's just retarded, if you ask me.
Fortunately, the debate itself split into two separate camps, only one of which I hold a strong and passionate objection to. The first camp are people who choose to use the Q slur as a self-identifier because I don't really know why. Everyone seems to have different reasons for using it, but the general gist of it is that
By the way, I self-identify as retarded. I am neurodivergent. I don't know what it means other than that. I don't know what it's supposed to really mean. I guess I don't have a sub 80 IQ, if that's what retarded, sub 70 or whatever, like legal retardation. But that's not how anybody uses the word either. Like, nobody's saying you have a legal IQ under 70 when they call you retarded. You know, they're like, you're different and I don't like it. That's what that means.
Dozens of other terms are not good enough for one reason or another. The other camp are the advocates for the adoption of the
I watch YouTube. There's no Digi here. That person died a long time ago. And we all ate part of the corpse.
Q slur as an umbrella term for the entire LGBT community, arguing that the large and diverse pool of terminology is too specific, and we need to make everything more broad and all-encompassing. We can talk about those fucking jackasses in a moment. The central argument to both of these people is that the Q slur wasn't originally a slur. It was originally a term used proudly by the LGBT community back during the era of the Stonewall riots, before it was co-opted into a slur by straight people to take power from the LGBT community. Except that's not its actual origin. The Q slur originates from a 16th century German word meaning oblique or perverse, and it finds its roots in the...
We really don't need we don't need to have a slur for every letter of the alphabet. We don't need to assign every letter a word that is a slur.
English language as a term to mean strange and odd. It also has a third person.
Retarded means nothing medically. It's an outdated medical term. As far as I know, there's, yeah, I've never heard of there being a specific mental condition that is still referred to as retarded. So I can't tell who it's making fun of, you know, other than just everybody neurodivergent, pretty much, you know.
In usage, which means something that has been ruined. You may actually remember the word's proper usage from The Nightmare Before Christmas of all.
Dr. Killjoy says this is a failure to accept that the Overton window shifts over time. This video is just this person admitting they are obsolete. Yeah, I mean, that's how I look at. I'm always trying to broaden the Overton window. I want people to say more words and be able to express themselves more openly. And I think trying to like guilt people out of saying what they want to say is going to make them hate you so much more than if you just let them say. If nobody was mad about the word faggot, then you literally, what's her name? Melanie Mack would not have a career. Melanie Mack, I don't know if y'all know about her. She's just a supposedly straight, supposedly cis, 35-year-old fucking goth chick, like, you know, skater girl, goth, fucking generic eyeliner bitch, whose entire career is that she is willing to say faggot. Because apparently, like people have never, because of the fact that like none of these straight guys have have ever seen a gay before, they don't realize that like there's a whole community that just uses it openly and doesn't care. So they all think like, oh my God, a woman is using the word none of us get to use, you know, and she can say it because she's a woman. So we're going to give her money to be a woman that says faggot. I don't know. Let the straight kids say faggot. It doesn't mean any, like, I want them to feel like it's not their word, you know? Like, they don't need it. The same way that we don't need the N-word. We don't need to be able to say every single word. It's just a show of respect to be like, hey, you know, I don't secretly think out of pocket that it's a problem to be like this type of person, you know? She handed out side cards that say it at cons. It's literally her whole career. Melanie Mac's entire career is, I'm supposedly straight, but I'll say faggot. And I'm like, literally any gay person could have given you this service, you know? And I have no reason to think she is straight. I have no reason to think that. Like, she could say it. There's no evidence to it. So, like, as far as I'm concerned, what meaning is there in this act she's doing? I could grift this. Like, I don't want to pretend to be straight, but I could, like, if I put on eyeliner and it started saying I'm straight, but I'll say faggot all day long, like, I'm sure I would have her career. It's that simple. I can't do blackface where I'd have Eric's career.
Things.
What's this? In here, they've got a little tree. How queer! And who would ever think?
The usage of it to refer to an LGBT person is an informal use, like when people use literally as a form of hyperbole. The word is not a kind word, objectively. It has never been, and it never will.
That's not really true. That saying something is rather queer was like a pretty soft way of calling something weird, I think.
Be. And the belief that the term originates as an LGBT term is not only wrong, it's a dangerous precedent to set for modern young people who haven't read up on the actual history of language. The Q slur has more.
But the history of language doesn't matter. That's the thing. It doesn't matter. It matters in like an intellectual sense. It doesn't matter in the context of somebody using the fucking word. If I don't know the history and you don't know the history starts here. You know, like it doesn't. Somebody else might have their own history with the word. That's what you're supposed to be worried about, is like, if I use this word, like I say these words flippantly on my stream because I don't want people watching my stream who can't handle those words. I am actively willing to scare off parts of my audience because I'm trying to build a very particular crowd. And frankly, I don't want to have to be around the kind of people that are going to complain about me using these words. So I'd rather just rip the Band-Aid off and use the fucking words so people don't come to me with the wrong expectations and then get disappointed later when they hear me saying this stuff, you know? I forgot the point I'm trying to make.
It's a dangerous precedent to set for modern young people who haven't read up on the actual history.
Yeah, right. Like, the reason I use the language I do is because I have my own history with it. I can explain it. I can talk to people about it. But I think the kinds of people who shut down communication based on the words you use, I'm just not interested in communication with those people. Like, I get misgendered constantly. If I wasn't willing to deal with that, I wouldn't be able to operate through society on the level I do. I just would, like, if I got upset every time I got misgendered, I'd never be able to go outside. I'd never be able to do anything, you know, like, it's an unfortunate burden for me to bear, but if I am not willing to bear it, I just depower myself and I can't do anything. You know, like I have to be willing to just put more effort in than the average person. And that's where my pride comes from, and my willing, you know, that's where the sense of like, well, actually being queer is better. You know, like that's the way I feel about it. Is like, no, yeah, we are all those words. We are different. We are weird. But being weird is better, you know?
Of language. The Q slur has more in common with the neo-Nazi pejorative degenerate than it does anything else.
I also am fine with being called a degenerate. I cannot fathom someone calling you a degenerate and being upset. I cannot fathom that. Who could possibly fucking care that someone called you a degenerate? guess what? Everyone is degenerating all the time. Your cells are always dying. You die one day. You get unhealthier until you're gone. You are degenerate. You are degenerate.
But isn't its history as an LGBT term important to consider? No, Billy, it really isn't. Why not? For the same reason that the crows in Dumbo are looked down on today.
I watch YouTube says people care because they still have shame. People are fucking stupid for that. Shame is one of the dumbest emotions. The dumbest. People just... Ugh. Shame is gross. Shame is unbecoming. Shame makes me personally think you're, like, weak.
Even if we accepted the premise that the Q slur was originally a point of LGBT pride with no other history behind it, that wouldn't be the win card so many people think it is, because guess what else was a point of pride for LGBT people?
I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania.
Rocky.
Shame on those who have shame. Yeah, I think you could. I think you can bully people out of shame. Like you surely could shame, because I don't think there's anybody you couldn't break down. Like everybody's insecure about something. If you can identify someone's insecurity and you're dedicated to attacking them and like just, punching that insecurity over and over and over again, if that person can't get rid of you, you're going to break them down. You're going to at some point, they have to either deal with you or deal with the shame. Just stop feeling it, like stop feeling that insecurity after it's been like it's exposure therapy to your own insecurity, basically.
Horror Picture Show was a fucking galling film released in 1975 that took every trans-misogynistic trope possible, rolled them into a single character that then rapes two people and grooms another to be a sex slave, and somehow, beyond all reason, this has become a huge piece of LGBT culture, applauded and almost never spoken out against.
Lily has like a whole complex about like problematic queer representation and not wanting any of it at all ever, even though she is problematic queer representation through and through. But it's also just like this odd misunderstanding of the past. Like she, despite trying to talk about language history from a very assumptive perspective, she's not acknowledging the history of like the time Rocky Horror came out and like the way people were back then. My mom acted in Rocky Horror. She did stage performances of it where she and other people, young, people in their early 20s, acted in front of a screen. There were transvestites in their troupe. There were, people who of gay and straight playing all these characters, but they were just generally like weird people. Most of them were very slutty, to be frank. My mom and her friends were fucking all the time and being outrageous, like problematic people. It's the fucking 70s. It was a time of excess and a lack of moral guidance or compass. The post 60s, drug era that Hunter Thompson wrote about, when the high water mark, when the water broke back and and we drained it all down. Will you say your mom is a slut? No, not now. I said she was when she was like a teenager or in her early 20s, like objectively, but not anymore. But yeah, my point is that was the times. Like back then, people were just like loose. Everybody was on drugs. Everybody was having sex. Like the 70s were a different time. That's Generation X, the lost generation, the children who came up in post ideals society, the Cold War babies, the children raised by television. Like that's the people who got into Rocky Horror Picture Show, the first era of real kitsch, like just ignoring all of that and being like, it's problematic queer representation is like, it's from the fucking 60s, you can't compare it to now. The fact that it was queer representation at all was a huge fucking deal, like, I don't know. People didn't try to act like they were holier than thou always.
Very rarely does someone speak out against it, at which point a lot of other LGBT people will dogpile on those people for daring to question a shitty portion of LGBT culture as if we're somehow exempt from the same levels of basic human decency
You are a shitty portion of LGBT culture, Lily.
that other people are. Problems like this are all over
Sorry.
the LGBT community, with properties and people who would be considered brazenly offensive and gross in any other demographic held up and applauded.
What? Who are these people in the case of Steven Universe that would be considered brazenly gross that you're talking about? Who are the people, like in Glee, are you talking about the characters? Because with RuPaul, that's a real person. Like, that's real people. Who is the morally reprehensive person in RuPaul's fucking Drag Race? I've always heard that described as like a very uplifting show. Like, I know lots of people who love that show because it's so like inspiring and motivational. What the fuck? Meatloaf crying on Trump's Apprentice was hilarious. Yeah, rest in peace, Meatloaf. That guy, pure, late boomer energy right there. But goddamn amazing singer and musician.
Audit as icons. Rocky Horror Picture Show is just the most notable example on a very long list of extremely problematic faves. The existence of TERFs and true scum also indicate that LGBT people are more than capable of being garbage humans, especially to each other. So the
Yeah.
completely myopic view of these things is almost expected. Rocky Horror is considered a big part of gay culture, and so
Yes, your completely myopic view of everything is expected from you, Lily. Yes, I agree.
the fact that it's almost a minstrel show depiction of trans people isn't important to a lot of its fans because not my problem. So while people might like to make the claim that LGBT people in the 60s used to call themselves the Q slur, this isn't exactly winning the argument because all you're telling
I just think what Lily Orchard is missing is the FUBU quality of this. That like this is made by like freaks and gays for freaks and gays, and no one else cares about it. Like the reason that these media are so like repulsively over the top is so that normies will fuck off. It's to scare away everybody who thinks that we're like a bunch of monsters, because the movie is about a monster, but it brings together all the people watching the movie who get to like, you know, commiserate and create friendships. It's not about the content of the movie, except in who it speaks to and represents that it brings together. That's why it's important.
me is that the gay community of the 60s was extremely problematic. Hey guys, guess what? One of the N-words appears in Martin Luther King's letter to Birmingham jail. That doesn't mean you should start running out and calling people that. If this letter was written today, the word would not fucking be there because we've long
You
since
should not have bothered bringing the N-word into your video. Also, that's not the N-word, but okay, whatever.
realized that it never should have been used in the first fucking place because that's how the evolution of cultural enlightenment actually works. It was always unacceptable.
The
and the fact that our
evolution of cultural enlightenment works? I don't know about that.
parents did it anyway is a bad mark on them. But hasn't the Q slur been reclaimed like the other N-word was? Billy, that's not the same thing. What?
The other N-word. Why aren't they the same? Hold on. All right, why aren't they the same thing?
Why? Because nobody is actually dumb enough to try and use the N-word in a civilized conversation.
What? Lily, go outside. Literally, go outside. Do you live in the United States? Go outside one time and listen to any conversation you hear. I guarantee by the end of a day, you'll hear the N-word. I live in Norfolk. I could fucking step out my front door and I'll probably hear the N-word. This is insane. This is a crazy take. Civilized conversation doesn't include the N-word. What conversation are you having with whom, when, where?
An uncommon but persistent defense of the adoption of the Q slur is to draw comparison to the reclamation of the N-word by black people, but reclamation and adoption are two very
Shouldn't let black people roll off your tongue like that.
different things. Despite the long-standing reputation that black people can use the N-word and white people can't, in reality, nobody can really use it because it's still recognized as a slur. It doesn't matter what color your skin is. If you use it, you're still going to get funny looks. You're still going to be asked to leave public places. You're still...
Lily, it's not like that. That's not true. No black person is getting kicked out of public places for using the N-word. First of all, usually people who use the N-word are surrounded by other people who use the N-word, regardless of their skin color. It's usually just something everyone's doing. It just depends on where you are more than anything. If you're on the internet, you can't use the N-word because people here are from everywhere. There are people who've never heard such a thing on here. There are people who have been protected from these things, or people who have never seen a white person use it who wasn't a massive racist, you know. So as a white person, you definitely can't say it. You don't know what kind of signal you're sending. You don't know who you're empowering to use the word. But to think that you'll get kicked out of a location for using the N-word, again, I can't go anywhere without hearing the N-word in Norfolk. It's impossible. That's just absolutely insane.
Still going to be treated about the same way as if you publicly uttered any other vulgarity, and you're still going to be laughed at.
Also, no other vulgarity will get you kicked out or laughed at any place. Does Lily think that people aren't swearing out in public? Where do you go? Anywhere? Ever? At all? I don't know. I mean, I guess I hang out in maybe places where there'd be more than the normal amount of swearing. Lily is only online. Yeah, but everyone swears online and they say the N-word more than anywhere else. So, like, this is just a made-up reality. Like, this is what Lily thinks the world must be, but has not observed it to, like, have any confirmation. This is, like, totally alien core takes right here.
That if you're pathetic enough to complain about that. You wouldn't stand up and scream fuck in the middle of a restaurant, and the same rule applies there. Nobody.
Yeah, but it's not the same. You're not talking about standing up and screaming it. This is now just creating a total straw man that has nothing to do with your original argument about people not being able to say the N-word in polite society. Saying it at all is not the same as shouting fuck. Also, if it's so impolite, why are you doing it in your video?
Nobody pushes for the adoption of the N-word. Nobody tries to rebrand people of color as the N-word community. Nobody gets bitchy if someone else doesn't want the word uttered in their presence. While someone may use it to refer to themselves, they would never be so stupid as to use it to refer to another.
Lily, as I just need to tell you, from one irresponsible white person to another. Now, technically, I consider myself sunburnt, not white, but I'm just telling you, just don't talk about the N-word. Just don't put a segment in any of your videos about the N-word. Don't have an opinion about the N-word. Forget you've ever heard of the N-word if you can. That's the best way you can handle this. Forget you've ever heard of this word. Bleach it from your vocabulary. Relearn every rap song you've ever heard and say homie instead. Like, find another 2 syllables. If you ignore the N-word, it'll go away. It'll go away for you. You can make it go away for yourself. And as a white person, that's the responsible decision. Homie, we gonna be all right. Exactly. Thank you.
It is an antagonistic word and is treated as such. The Q slur is
not antagonistic if you're somebody who calls all of your friends the N-word all the time.
Unfortunately not afforded the same level of restraint. People treat reclamation as if it's some kind of magical society changer, as if they're
It literally is.
the Supreme Court of language. When people fill my ear about the fact that the Q slur is being reclaimed as a term by the LGBT community, all I can really wonder is when this actually happened, because it seems to be an extremely contentious topic, because the word has a harmful and
It's contentious because you are mad about it and you won't let it go. And nobody really understands why. You don't seem to have a good reason other than you just think everyone's wrong.
deadly legacy. People love to talk about the LGBT community of the 60s, but what about the people who were beaten and killed by others while having it screamed at them? What about the people who've experienced the harsh truth of being called that slur and are quite frankly disgusted that some idiot kids would have the nerve to just declare that everything's okay now? It's time to come back to what I was talking about.
It's not that anybody's saying everything's okay. People are telling you what you can do to be okay. You can decide that you are not offended by the word, and then you will never have to worry about it again. What you can do is silently, if somebody uses it and you don't think they're using it in the way that you don't think they're a queer person who's using it endearingly, you can go, I heard that, and keep note of that person. But when like a gay friend is like, sup queer, maybe you could say, hey, I don't like being called that. And then you can gauge if this person is cool with you or not. Maybe they'll be like, oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I didn't mean, like, they'll now keep that in mind, something you're not comfortable with. Or you could be like, oh, just sucking dick as usual, and then everybody's rizzed the fuck out, then all of a sudden everybody goes Super Saiyan, just the room lights up. Like, that's how to be human about this.
About earlier, it's not just that people are using it to refer to themselves. That would be a non-issue, but instead there's a big push to use the Q slur as an umbrella term for the LGBT community, regardless of that community's actual feelings on the matter. And speaking of someone in the LGBT community,
it's just your feelings. You can speak on your feelings. You don't have to speak on the community. Nobody should be speaking on the community. We get that you don't like the word queer. You don't have to make it everyone else's problem.
No. Fuck no. Are you fucking kidding me? No. Putting aside the fact that this is, as I've established, a derogatory term meant to describe something as a strange other and has a violent and hateful legacy attached.
See, I don't feel degraded by being called queer. It doesn't make me feel bad.
To it, the LGBT community already has an umbrella term.
Do people follow this Lily person a lot? Let me just scroll down a little bit. That is 141,000 subscribers. This is 120,000 views. Now, granted, Lily Orchard is probably the most controversial trans YouTuber, like, queer themed YouTuber. She talked shit about me before either one of us had transitioned way back in the Brony days. So she's been starting shit the whole time she's been online. She's a more successful That Anime Snob because instead of being audaciously anti-queer and impossible to understand through your Greek accent, she's audaciously victim complex SJW, like cranked to 11 queer, which for a time was a way to get some attention, especially her Steven Universe. The reason she brings up Steven Universe all the time is by far her biggest video is calling it fascist or whatever.
LGBTQIA+. This term, while indeed murder on the vocal cord, serves the job of an umbrella term much better by clearly conveying everything it's meant to convey. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, questioning, intersex, asexual / aromantic, and everything else. The everything else at this
I watch YouTube. You got warned about the digi thing. You gotta learn how to do it right. Damn, I couldn't even ban you fast enough before you got banned by the other moderators.
Point being,
you really got to learn how to do it right.
LGBTQIA+,
when you inevitably come back with your next account, figure out your gimmick.
Or the acronym as it's come to be known, isn't perfect. Not only is it awkward to say, leading many to shorten it to just LGBT, it's a mess of redundancies and strange decisions, like questioning getting its own letter while pansexual and non-binary people are shunted into the plus. Those should be flipped around, or perhaps just take out the stupid plus and add the P in the end. But it does something that no other umbrella term has ever bothered to do. It's inclusive. It's a mess, but like any acronym, it can be adjusted. Queer, on the other hand, is an obfuscating term. It strips out the nuance of non-straight identities and waters them down into an amorphous gray sludge. And when you're
that's not what it's supposed to do. Hold on. Can we real quick, because Lily has focused so much on the original meaning of queer. But what is a gender identity that does not correspond to established ideas of sexuality and gender, especially heterosexual norms? Queer geek culture has featured gay themes since the 1980s. So in that context, it does kind of sound like it's just a homogeneous, anything that falls into the spectrum. But when you describe it as identities other than... Maybe she's more right than I'm thinking, because I'm thinking of queer as basically I'm not necessarily gay, lesbian, bi, trans. I'm, again, mysterious fifth thing. To me, it's like saying I don't each of those is a category, Gay is I'm a man into men, lesbian is a woman into woman, bisexual implies you are into men and women. Trans implies that you are not the gender that you were assigned at birth. So where does the, to me, queer is just there's plenty of in between all of that. There's plenty of extra that could be put in there. So that's what all falls under queer to me. But I guess I appreciate that I think that Lily's complaint is somewhat true, that some people are just using it to blanket all these identities together as though they're the same thing. But I also think the word gay is also used that way. The word gay is, while it has been taken to mean men into men, has also just kind of been applied to all of this. And honestly, what's the harm in like unionizing us? Like, what's the harm in giving us like a blanket thing to rally behind that just makes it like, do you want to force every single normie to memorize what all these fucking flags mean? They're not going to, you know, like if we just say, hey, queer representation, hey, gay representation, you know, like that's a start, you know.
Trying to apply that to everybody, well, imagine taking the vast array of pride flags and replacing them all with a single brown square. That's what queer
Why?
does to people's
No,
identities.
it
And that's
doesn't.
not helpful because
That's
everyone
not a
experiences
thing.
oppression differently.
It's not a
Bisexual
defective
people can get shit
metaphor.
from gay people and called deceitful. Trans people get shit from both of them and called mentally ill. Asexual
Yeah, but again, this is specific. This is case by case. We really gotta, instead of like, the problem I see with a lot of internet discourse is like people will read a troll say a thing and then they'll abstract that and talk about it like, oh, this is a problem in the community. Is there's people who say this. No. Talk about the people. Name the names. Those people are the problem. It's not a community problem. It's a community hasn't kicked these people out of it yet problem. If we don't know who they are, we can't fucking do anything about them. You have to name names. You have to ban, block. You have to make a show out of these people.
people get shit from literally fucking everybody for no good reason whatsoever. Non-binary people are still being expected to prove they exist, with both TERFs and TrueScum constantly giving them shit, again, for no good reason whatsoever. And now we're grinding just a little more shit into everyone's eyes by expecting them to adopt a new identity that is explicitly designed to obfuscate things
No
and reduce
one's
people
being
to
expected to adopt queer as their personal identity just because you accept the term. Like if somebody calls you queer and you're like, I don't identify as queer, I don't like being called that because it's not what I am. Again, that's like a boundaries thing. Like you don't have to make it into like a cute joke you do with your friends. It doesn't have to be the gay N-word that you think it is.
entities down to a vague, meaningless
Or
non-word.
don't think it is, whatever.
Nobody is ever helped by being covered with a sheet, and I say no. I thoroughly reject the notion that this term should be adopted as an umbrella term for an extremely diverse set of people with vastly different experiences, needs, and concerns. We have enough problems to deal with when the government tries to erase our identities. We don't need to be erasing each other's identities.
Just use the word you want. Just use the words you want. Don't bitch about everybody else's words. Just use the words you want and make them catch on.
Identities as well. Apply it to yourself if you feel so inclined, but if you insist on using
apply it to yourself if you feel so inclined, I'll just think less of you and bitch about your identity and tell you how the word that you've chosen is actually inherently bad. But, you know, use it if you want. I'll just be over here judging you, idiot. What the fuck, Lily?
it to describe others, using it as an umbrella term, calling LGBT characters queer characters, or using stupid fucking terms like queer studies, or start calling people who don't want.
Some of them aren't like, I don't know. I don't know that the character is gay. Like just because a guy kisses another guy and they're like, yeah, we're fucking, like, do I know that that character is not bisexual? Do I know that they're not, again, a mysterious fifth thing? Like, I don't want, if a character doesn't say explicitly what they identify with, queer is a good catch-all to be able to describe them.
Want to be associated with a slur, nasty names, and start making up nonsense about it being a turf dog whistle, then you can go eat 1,000 prickly dicks right in the ninth circle of hell.
And now the like sexual threatening, like, and by the way, eat a bag of prickly dicks, you know, like you're complaining about problematic language, and then you're like, oh, by the way, if I don't like you, you should do something sexually ungratifying, you know, like this is not, what are you doing, Lily? This is not the look.
Where you fucking belong, you jackass.
By the way, I wasn't trying to like imply that her voice is masculine or something. It's just that her character kind of looks like Mr. Girlfriend from the Venture Brothers, and so that voice keeps getting into my head. Her voice is much more feminine than the impression I was doing. I'm not trying to mock her voice. But holy shit, that video is fucking terrible. Good God. Always fun to get paid to bitch about a Lily Orchard video. I guess she's becoming this channel's personal lol cow by way of people paying me to be upset for your lols. I assume you laugh at this. I don't know. I don't know what the reaction is. I don't know if you're sitting at your computer like, funny. Or if you're just like, I'm seething. I'm angry. I'm going to be angry today. I don't know. Let me know in the comments. So we got a bad comic here. I said I would do this IQ test if this got to 4,500, but it hasn't even gotten to 4,000 yet. For damn shame. What's going on here? What are you doing, Frog Tony?
Keep him right, proclaim back, yell.
Get Matt Barr, who's like, hold
Yeah,
my
fuck
hold
Matt
what
Barr.
remains of my brain. Let me
I don't know who you are, Father
Yeah.
Hostage.
I hope, what's the name?
All right, y'all are a bunch of chuckle fucks. I can't listen to chuckle fuck podcasts. Logan Paul interviews Donald Trump, Nirvana bassist's new political party. What? I want to hear about
But it's
that.
okay because I think it's
No,
important.
I don't. I don't care about the Trump Logan Paul interview. I want to know about the Nirvana bassist thing. I'll come back later, I guess. Ain't nothing else going on though. Ain't nothing else. AI the product versus AI the feature.
That really nailed the way I think about a lot of emerging, which we just featured long so forth. But Clubhouse, the success disappeared 1 year. So the question became, is Clubhouse, this huge thing that came out of nowhere, is this a product or is it just a feature? Is a product. And you can even, like, look what happened with Apple. Just like clockwork.
Sounds really semantic. I don't care. I'm going to have to listen to more fast songs now. Sped up Dillinger Escape Plan. Let's see if this makes everybody's brain hurt so much they have to throw money at me to make it stop. I don't think I've ever listened to the sped up. I'm very curious what I'm in for. Not the show, god damn it. That's not the correct speed. I mean, it is the correct speed, but it's not what I'm looking for. There we go.
O's and X's, Hollywood squares, X's and O's, bloody tic-tac-toe.
Pretending I'm mimicking these drums at all. Paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors, rock, rock. We will rock you.
Hollywood squares.
going nowhere. Hollywood Square. Going nowhere.
Lapusha begging someone to super chat this away. I tell you what, I'll stop playing annoying music if either I get super chatted something else or if this hits 4K. Either way. But until then, I'm entertaining myself, so. No, I didn't want all of that extra tape. Yeah. I am my own killing though. The hunter and the prey. I scare my own killing though. The hunter and the prey. Escape from the crucifix, but still carry the weight. These impure thoughts lead to the soulless action. These impure thoughts lead to the soulless action. These impure thoughts lead to the soulless action. These impure thoughts lead to. Oh, you got the Necromancer video up? And the cycle continues. Murdered by the thoughts of a confused solar man with no release. Murdered by his own thoughts. Yeah, we're gonna watch. Murdered by the thoughts of a confused solar man with no release. Murdered by his own thoughts. Murdered by his own thoughts. Murdered by the thoughts of a confused solar man with no release. Slowing the rotation. Slowing the rotation, slowing the rotation, slowing the rotation. Slowing the rotation of the cogs and gears. Slowing the rotation of the cogs and gears. Slowing. Huffing machine, haunting disease, huffing machine, haunting disease, huffing machine, haunting disease, huffing machine, haunting disease, huffing machine, haunting
Shit like this. I think this will be enough blockage to get us past Console Bay.
Commercialized art versus pure art. Pure art.
I don't know if I like the word pure, but maybe core art. I don't really know why this person, they are bothering to create this dichotomy. I'm not sure where they're going with that.
Now that I have presented this set of
Yes,
ways
we'll
to
find out.
describe art, allow me to deconstruct it in a way that won't make you want to use it ever again.
Okay,
How
I
Gallium
just made up
wants
some
it in
shit. Now I'm
mind.
going to prove it wrong.
Necromancer
The
has
point I
not
think
been
they're
back
making
since
here
this
is
happened,
kind of
by
the
the
same
way.
as my video about middlebrow art. Mostly all that's going on is he's showing the footage from the Asuka fight scene at End of Evangelion for way too long
Yeah,
to possibly
see,
get
I
it
already
onto
caught
YouTube.
all. I've seen this movie.
You can't find the video when I search for it. Is this an analysis video on a different platform? Yes, this is on Odyssey. This video could not possibly be on YouTube, and in fact, just watching it on YouTube got my stream taken down yesterday. I keep talking about money, and I'm thinking about how we got to keep watching this to make money.
Yeah, we do, but I'm just capitalism, man.
Everyone in the chat is just shitting on this video. They're all
This video sucks.
complaining about it, especially Landon. Landon,
This is a really good edit.
About it.
Gary
Right key
always.
a few
He
times.
talks too slow and he's wrong, but I'm not trying to be an asshole. You can be an asshole on the internet.
Just
You
not
can't
to your
be a
friends.
cunt on the internet.
What do you think is the biggest difference between an asshole and a cunt?
Cunt implies Karen behavior.
The thing about this video is that for the first like 10 minutes, it had
I agree with Amy. I do think Trixie, you should change Trixie Clips. I called you Trixie, and I'm Trixie. Oh God, Clips, Clipsy. We'll call you Clipsy. Clipsy. I agree with this. You should change the name to Birdman Rails Clueless Chatter.
had a lot of really funny jokes, and it had a lot of animation, original animation. Both of those things have kind of been fallen by the wayside to more so like ranting. And I think the problem we're having is nobody really cares about what he's ranting about, so it just sounds like a dude is ranting about nothing. It's way more distracting that everyone else won't shut the fuck up about how bad the video is than I just fucking watch it.
I was legitimately so mad at everyone in chat and Bird because they kept complaining about the video so much. And I'm like, he paid me to watch the whole thing. I have to watch the whole thing.
Bird, chat, Landon, Amy, Gary, everyone.
Evangelion is a form of media that allows us as viewers
I literally called out Gary, Landon, and Amy.
to speculate on someone else's psyche as well as ours.
Every
And
piece
because we're
of
still
media is a
species
piece of
attempting to
media that
understand
allows
a lot
us as
around us,
viewers
a
to
show that
speculate
delves
on
deep
someone
into the
else's psyche.
conversation of our
Evangelion
human
is
being,
not
the
special.
escapist culture that surrounds
Sorry,
us, and
big break for all
the
you
fact that
Ava
we're
fans.
still watching
Ava
anime
isn't special,
makes
and it never
Evangelion
has
a
been.
show for us weebs to fully indulge into.
I have to tweet about this. This is so fucking funny. All right. I know that this will get suppressed because it's a link, but Bird will retweet it and I'll just periodically. I'll probably re-upload this to Twitter like tomorrow, honestly.
And hopefully it seemed to be a remake of sorts, and the way the project was referred to as rebuilds possibly led many to believe just that.
To be a
The film
remake
proved itself
of
to be
sorts.
different.
So before we got to a point where I started complaining about this video, or even before Bird started complaining about this video, or you all started complaining about this video, the early part of it, when I was enjoying it, felt like he was stating a lot of things that felt obvious to me. But then once the video started actually working, it became quickly confusing because of how many times we like broke away to other movies and shows, and the structure doesn't really make sense. Is this about Hideaki Anno? Is it just about Eva in general? Like, why are we talking about so many other movies, but not about the people who created them? There's just a lot of weirdness in this video structure, and overall, it's not until now that it's like, okay, I have only spent less than 10 years with Ava that I'm like, this makes a lot more sense to me. I'm now realizing this is every single thought this person has about Evangelion.
The longest I had watched at the time was Monster, a series with
Dude, he's
74
talking about every
episodes
fucking anime he's
grounded in
ever seen
20th
now.
century
Why is this
Europe.
happening?
Therefore, it was delayed. January 23,
Sorry,
2021.
Sorry, pause. Something was supposed to come out on June 27th of that year. Unfortunately, a few things occurred. Anyway, what things occurred? This guy is one of the worst YouTubers.
I have come to really hate this video, I have to say. It's mostly all the fucking random tangents that have nothing to do with. Well, I don't know there is a central point.
Necromancer, can we have Bird not interrupt, please? Necromancer, go fuck yourself. Sorry, pay us money. You no, I know. That's why I'm saying this. Pay us money. Part of me being here is me interrupting.
Oh,
You're not
this is
happy
so
with that.
sharp.
Sorry. What do you think you're going to win against me, who's here in person, married to the person you're paying money to? The fuck is wrong with you? Sorry, bullying is part of the chat when you start to bully me. What the fuck is wrong with you? You are wrong and deserve to be bullied if that's your opinion. I paid for Trixie's input, which is great whenever you leave the room.
Evangelion as a
Okay,
whole
cool.
has ended.
You deserve
It doesn't really
timeout.
matter.
You
And
have
the
failed.
rebuild
You have
series is
failed
a
the
funny
vibe check.
experience,
Do
but
better.
made up
Do
names
better
about
next
how
time.
Let me make this clear. There's no quality assurance or guarantee for my commentary on anything you send me.
Or any super chats ever. That's how they work.
Yeah, if it's boring, I can't make myself pay more attention to it. There's
Lupusha,
been
Great. I mostly blame the video in this case. The reaction you two are giving is genuine. My reaction is as much part of it as Trixie's reaction is.
Exactly.
Get with that or get the fuck out.
Yeah, no, it's insulting to suggest that, yeah, because you like my reaction more, it's like more appropriate or something, you know?
I don't know if you've all caught this in the last 4 years. I'm part of this channel too.
Yeah, well, and also literally everyone in the chat hated
He sounds like such a fucking villain saying it.
this video.
Because it sucks. It is
Every
dog shit.
single person
This is
posting
a
in the
dog
chat
shit YouTube
hates
video.
this video.
You can't recommend us 40-minute long videos that are just a slog to get through that suck. We'll watch them. We will make fun of them. And you can't take umbrage with that. Hang on. There's still a minute left in this video. No, there's still a minute. They paid for this minute. Just get through the minute. You know.
It's been fucking 2 hours we've been talking about this stupid fucking video. I should be charging by how long I talk about it, but I don't. There's no way for me to do that. So we're trapped in this system.
Everyone, learn
fucking
from
drugs.
Necromancer's mistakes. Landon, you did not scare anyone off. I scared a fan off. And by that, I mean I put them in timeout for 24 hours for being stupid.
Well, Landon was saying we should go bully the YouTuber. Landon was saying we should go bully the guy who made that video. And I was like, we don't, the guy didn't do anything. He
made
didn't,
the video.
He didn't make me watch the video. Well, I
Necromancer's
assumed-
back.
Okay,
So,
instead-
Necromancer, I'm going to count this as ban evasion, and I'm going to actually just put you in timeout for 24 hours on this account, too. You can't beat me, especially if you admit you're Necromancer.
Yeah,
Come
why
on,
would
dude.
you say that? That is strange. That is ban evasion.
We haven't even gotten to us realizing that he
It's
made
not
the
cute.
video.
It's
yet.
wrong. I'm just, Landon said, Neko and Bird's beef has me die. I want to make it very clear. I don't have beef with this person. Having beef would mean I cared about their existence at all. Why would you come back and admit, hey, I'm the person that just got banned for 24 hours?
It is a silly thing to do. Hi guys, Necromancer here. I just want to say I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the stream, and I'll see you all later on another account.
Anyone who says they're Necromancer is going to get timed out for a day.
I just having a lot of alt accounts is it tends to be a sign that you get banned a lot.
Lamau, Ellen, also from their avatar in this last account, I think Necromancer was the creator of that last video.
No.
If Necromancer made that
No.
video,
No.
you have a serious fucking problem.
No way. No, it couldn't be. It can't be. Why wouldn't you just say up front that it was your video?
Because they're trying to bury the lead and get you to praise them on an analysis video instead of just saying, hey, this is my analysis video. Tell me what you think. Because if they say that, you're going to shit on them directly. That's the cat that was in the video.
It does look like the same cat.
Necromancer,
What
if
the
you
fuck?
made that video, you need to take a serious backseat to your content making. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit, bruh. Oh my god. You are bad at this YouTube game. You suck.
Oh my god.
Oh
you
my
put
god.
worse
You're shitting
trait
on
in
me
here.
for having an opinion.
This is not a twist. I saw that video.
God damn, brother. Amazing, brother.
Mountainside for some peace and quiet. What's my worst
Yeah,
trait? Really
fuck
good at
yeah.
making people hate me, and they struggle learning how to place me. Guess
Yeah.
I'm kinda racy. Racing past
This
the
is a
lanes
great
in one
edit.
place, I only stop
Good
the passing
job.
For a rest, not ready to see the rest. If they think they'll have me at my best, after treating me like that, they'll be crying all alone in the end. I don't have to pretend that I'm something I'm not. Your soul can sit and rot, but mine will rock. What's my worst trait? What's my worst trait? Is it the drugs that I take? Is it the standards I break?
Hey, it's Riley. Riley was in that song too. Has his bail fund progressed? Nope. Not even a little bit. Damn. No love. No love for the worst trait, man. Oh, hey, Murder Drones episode 7. What do you know? Let's go ahead and put that in this couple of playlists too. There we go. Starting to motor him out. That's what I like to see. Trixie Clips is I am absolutely not going to let somebody else get their hands on these fucking clips. These are my clips. I want to see clip competition though. Everybody's got to try to upload clips. I want my clips to saturate the internet. I want people to be unable to look anywhere without seeing my dumbass face or this avatar. Hot takes only. Oh shit, I'm watching myself. Watch myself. Hot takes only. Oh shit, I'm watching myself. Watch myself. Hot takes only. Oh shit, I'm watching myself. Watch myself. Hot takes only. Oh shit, I'm watching myself. Watch myself. Hot takes only. Oh shit, I'm watching myself. Watch myself. Hot takes only. Oh shit, I'm watching myself. Watch myself. Hot takes only. Oh shit, I'm watching myself. Watch myself. Hot takes only. Oh shit, I'm watching myself. Watch myself. Hot takes only. Oh shit, I'm watching myself. Watch myself. Hot takes only. Oh shit, I'm watching myself. Watch myself. Hot takes only. Oh shit, I'm watching myself. Watch myself. Hot takes only. Oh shit, I'm watching myself. Watch myself. Hot takes only. Oh shit, I'm watching myself. Watch myself. Hot takes only. Oh shit, I'm watching myself. Watch myself. Hot takes only. Oh shit, I'm watching myself. Watch myself. Hot takes only. Oh shit, I'm watching myself. Watch myself.
Echo. 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 Echo.
It's amazing how long that can go. 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 It's amazing.
Yo, 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 yo. Keep the style of the kids checking for it. Double blood style of the kids checking for it. Drop it right back style of the kids checking for it. Drop it right back style of the kids checking for it. Drop it right back style of the kids checking for it. Drop it right back style of the kids checking for it. Please not stop. Just lyrics of life vision. Can't be forgotten, but still so life giving. Then in the meantime, there are those that want to talk this and that. So I suppose that they get to the point that feelings gotta get hurt to get to a peak. Feeling the dirt, come on. Get to a peak. Feeling the dirt, come on. Get to a peak. Feeling the dirt, come on. Get to a peak. Feeling the dirt, come on. Get to a peak. Feeling the dirt, come on. Get to a peak. Feeling the dirt, come on. Get to a peak. Feeling the dirt, come on. Get to a peak. Feeling the dirt, come on. Get to a peak. Feeling the dirt, come on. Get to a peak. Feeling the dirt, come on. Get to a peak. Feeling the dirt, come on. How long do you need this to go for? How long do you need this to go for? How long do you need this to last? How long do you need the rest of our lives? How long do you think this will go for? How long do you think this will go for? How long do you think the rest of our lives? How long do you think this will go on forever? How long do you think this will go on? Do you think this is always going to be happening? Do you think this is always going to be? Do you think this will go on forever? Do you think this will go on forever? Do you think this is always going to be happening? Do you think this is always going to be happening? Do you think this is gonna just go on forever? Do you think this is gonna just go on forever? Could this maybe happen always? Could this maybe? Is it possible maybe this is always going to be happening? Will this happen forever? Maybe possibly this is never going to stop. Maybe possibly this is all that ever happens from now on. Maybe this is the only thing that ever happens. Maybe that's the only thing. Maybe this is forever. 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 And then the madness sets in. And then the madness sets in. And then he mulls over the meaning of madness. And then he mulls over the meaning of madness. And then the madness sets in. And then the madness meaning of madness. Meaning makes a marvelous motion. Meaning makes a marvelous motion. And then the madness sets in. And then the madness sets in. Markedly. And then the madness sets in. Markedly. And then the madness. And then the madness sets in. And then the madness sets in. Manny's mother mulls over the muffled mumbling. Manny's mother mulls over the muffled mumbling. Manny's mother mulls. And then the madness sets in. Manny's mother mulls. And then the madness sets in. Madness, 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 madness. And then the madness sets in. And then the madness. What is there to be mad about? And then the madness. What is there to be mad about? Screams in the distance. What is there to be mad about? Screams in the distance. Howling. Scream mad. Howling. Scream mad. An imitation of the voice of a wolf. An imitation of the voice of a wolf. And then the madness sets in. And then the madness sets in. You can walk around all day, but you'll only be able to go in a metaphorical circle. You'll only be able to go in a metaphorical circle. And then the madness sets in. And then the madness sets in. There's always something to be mad about. There's always something to be mad about. And then the madness sets in. And then the madness. What are you mad with? And then the madness. What are you mad at? Where are you mad going? Where are you mad going? And then the madness sets in. And then the madness. Skits so fast talk you can barely parse. And then the madness. Skits so fast talk you can barely parse. And then the madness sets in. And then the madness. Kesha tore crazy on the side. Damn. Kesha tore crazy on the side. Damn. And then the madness sets in. And then the madness sets in. Rippling, wavy, flowing, high waves, big pulse, stomach virus. It stopped. Did I kill it? Can you hear me still? And then the madness. That doesn't seem right. It stopped. Okay. I fixed it. I didn't make it to the end of my thing, but I stopped hearing anything, so I figured the bit's over. It's okay. We got enough into that. We got enough of that. And then the madness sets in. Watch the first 1 minute and 30 seconds of Makemon Mama Magical. All right, I don't know what that is. Doesn't the world feel like way quiet now? Oh, this sounds so hard now after all that silence. Let's go. Yeah. Cute. Furries. Let's go. It sounded like the melody from One More Time, One More Chance for a second there. Okay, the OP is apparently half of the entire show. Oh wait, is the OP the entire show? Wait. Did I watch the right thing? This is the correct thing, right? That part, that doesn't it kind of sound like? In case anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about. I wonder what this will sound like super fast, actually. I know this shit will get you copyright claimed quick. That, just that. Sounds more like Rising Star from Maple Story. Whoa, Flip. Hello. Didn't expect to see you here. All of a sudden. Of course you would like. It's like you materialized because I was talking about musical comparisons. Okay. Rising Star from Maple Story. Yeah.
있잖아 난 나라 너만 보는 웃음이 자꾸만 커올라 눈부신 아침 햇살처럼 넌 살다와 함께라면 가슴이 새로운 아침 달려는 모험도 우리 같이 서는 것 불러 즐거운 인생 그대 만들 좋아 안주주 백미주 지금 대박 함께하자 너무 널 생각나면 매일 웃음이 나와 설레는 기분으로 오늘은 잘될 것만 같다고 너무 행복했던 나를 나와 함께 해주면
She's doing the little Kodomonoji-kan butt dance. Just hearing like bubblegum anime pop always makes me want to hear my favorite. That's a little too fast. I can't do it at 2 times speed. 1.25 would be fine. Nope, I don't want playlists. Dakedo. No, Daredo. I fucked up the lyrics. Yeah. Makes me hype. Makes me want to drive fast. I used to back like 2014. I'd be driving real fast to the Gochi Usa OP and the Gatchaman crowds, not the OP. Gatchaman in the Name of Love from the soundtrack. Oh shit. That's too hype for me to listen to at this hour in this room. I'll end up waking up the whole house. I'll go too ham. I'll break this chair. I'll break my dad's chair if I start listening to Gatchaman in the Name of Love at 10:30 at night. Can't do it. Sorry, everybody. The trolling continues. Can't do it. We must get back to trolling. Anybody got hot takes? Anybody got any hot takes? I haven't gotten a super chat in a while. I even tortured you all with that weird tunnel noise thing. I guess Lucario fan broke us out of that by suggesting the cool little furry song. And then I forgot that I had been torturing everybody by making like experimental sound art. How do I get back to torture? Is this torture? Everybody seems to be dealing really well with the sped up music. I'm surprised that nobody seems particularly bothered by listening to all this stuff in this loud, chaotic format. But maybe you all got bouncy brain syndrome. I don't know how you can possibly pay attention to my boring ass, but what do we want to listen to or watch or do or be? How do we want to exist in this moment? If you could be choosing to be watching something right now, what do you think you'd be choosing to be watching besides me, but like through the vessel of being here with me now? Posted Lily Orchard slurs on my alt, Lucario and Coco. What do you mean by this? Lily Orchard. Wait, wait. How? How'd you do this already?
Just when you click on a video with the first thing that grabs your...
Were you just like already recording this the whole time? Like you were just screen capping it since the second I mentioned it?
LGBTQIA+.
Did I really spend fucking 40 minutes reacting to this goddamn 10-minute video for 10 Australian dollars that are worth like $7 American? Unbelievable. Insanity. Why do I do this to myself? I don't know, but it's funny.
The reason that...
Yeah, okay. Cool, whatever. It probably doesn't need any editing because I'm pretty sure I just screamed at it for the whole time. Incredible effort. There we go. There's a competition now to get the best clips from my streams. Truly, I'll donate tomorrow when I get paid. Hell yeah, Zen Badger. You got it. You know what's up. But you donate to this? No. Not recently. I'm never going to end up taking this IQ test. Nobody's ever going to know how smarts I am, whether I'm smarter than Mint Salad or not. With her 125 IQ. When rewatching CRISPR or The Fart. I don't even remember or know what that is, if that is a thing we did once. I got Transdermal Celebration stuck in my head, so I guess we're doing that. Sped up. That's not sped up. Transdermal Celebration caused a slight rotation in the rift. Toppled down the nation and left the people running for the hills. But the mutants that I see shine the beauty unto me. I wish you could see them. Tectonic tribulation formed a crust of green beyond the reef. Waves fell information caused the place to bend with spiked leaves. I'm going with the land. Time is taking my hands and let me touch them. Hey, hey, a billion miles to my face. Lay on the lawn, he's already home when the morning ray hits his face. Just through information, I could see them. Dropping their crustaceans and leaving trails of flames in the way. But where is the mutation that once told me it was safe? I can't find him. Hey, hey, a billion miles to my hay. Lay on the lawn, he's already home when the morning ray is his fate. What if we did rapping? But like quiet rapping. Peaceful? No, I don't want peaceful. I said quiet. Well, didn't really change anything. I actually don't think I have a single rap I've ever written that is slow enough to fit a beat that slow. I still have this on 1.5 speed too. Ooh, yeah. That's more like it. I'm about this good. Yeah, yeah. Yo. Never stop the trot. I skip the hot blocks, split the cough drops, crop the letter box, walk around the Walmart Crocs, little bunny hops, talking like I had a tab, carry half a bag, call my man a fag, but I am not a man to drag. Estrogen I rub into my leg, and I keep them fed. Never speak to feds, drinking all the lead, tend to hit my head, eepy sleepy bed. What did you forget to get? Wanna make a bet? Ripper of the dripper set, when I'm off the red horse you gotta look again. I suddenly open next. How'd you like to eat your friends? You wanna beat a dead horse till it revives again? Or shall we let it end? I wanna live again. I wanna demit. Oh, well, the fucking beat ended on me. Yo, I wanna live again. I wanna de-mail me to myself and then experience again. Yeah. We gotta make a friend. Stretch some flesh over a cactus and hug it in. Call it a lesbian. Yeah. Spit the cough drops. God won't leave me alone. 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 Whiskey, tango, foxtrot. Slurping, girl dick, cock slop. Shit show, bitch hoe, frock clop. Butt plug, fuck thug, nonstop. Whiskey, tango, foxtrot. Slurping, girl dick, cock slop. Shit show, bitch hoe, frock clop. Butt plug, fuck thug, nonstop. Yes, you can get estrogen in a lot, like a. The stuff I use is basically combined with rubbing alcohol. So I just like rub it. I have like a little bottle and I just like squirt. It's more of a squirt than a spray. But yeah, it's a topical solution. Let's find some more beats. Oh yeah, Cosmic Blue with $2 said, "It's elementary, my dear Enki," short by Kim Home. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Is this something that's on the YouTube? Or is this something is this like a written short? Is it this?
Water, earth, fire, air. Esmin
Yeah.
never quite felt like any of these, or maybe a bit. Water, earth, fire, air. Esmin never quite felt like any of these, or maybe a bit like all of them. So breaking with the elementary normativity, they defined themselves as non-quaternary, and laughingly took the moniker of Esmin, the elementary Enki.
Neat. Is that like a made up, like a just like an idea for a creature that would exist in a universe type thing? Drawing disability. Wrath of Gayzilla?
Yes, the
Turn the freaking
chemicals they are
kaiju gay.
putting in the ocean are turning kaiju gay.
And now you can turn people gay too by getting this piece of art. Available for free download, print on demand, and as original.
Yeah, see, this is how you do pride items.
Look at how
Anyway.
do I improve my art? I think there are roughly 3 periods of an artist's life. You start by playing around, having fun, being silly, being a child, non-judgmental, having fun. Then you study, dive deep, hit the books, courses, tutorials, draw the same damn things over and over again, and examine it critically. Finally, you
You
must
enter the trolling
finish
era.
the pieces, share them, and reflect on their impact. These are not only the stages of life, but happen naturally in period, can be organized in schedule, and even happen within the context of a single drawing. And you can do them in any order. The last few weeks, I've executed over 30 portraits, live with the model, and you guys watching, always reflecting on how my art communicates. And while I've improved so much, I think maybe now it's time to take a step back, play around, and perhaps study some more. And in a week's time, it's tons of rock and time to execute more art. How
neat. If you weren't watching this, you'd be watching two twinks read Homestuck. Where do I find these twinks? How hot are these twinks? Metal Gear as art. Yeah, it does kind of look like the Metal Gear art. Especially the way he like animates it, like as though it was one of those intros.
What is the origin of rock and roll's painted faces? From Alice Cooper to ABBA to Ghost
Fuck
and
Alice
beyond.
Cooper.
There's no single origin. Dead from Mayhem wanted to look like a corpse. Kiss became onstage superhero. And while Screaming Jay Hawkins was earlier, the hundreds of painted faces I've drawn live all owe something to the crazy world of Arthur Brown.
Yeah.
I first
Fire.
heard Arthur Brown through the sample
The god of hellfire.
Lord of the
Bring
Game.
you
in Prodigy's early 90s hit. But Arthur Brown's screaming vocals influenced so many artists I love, like Ian Gillan, Bruce Dickinson, and King Diamond. As the metal god Rob Halford says, he was a game changer. Drawing the 81-year-old legend live at
fucking
Inferno was
flaming
the highlight of the
goddamn
festival for
helmet
me.
is
And now, hopefully,
God
I'll
tier.
be getting to draw my own metal god hero at Tons of Rock, while calming my nerves, knowing I've already drawn one of his heroes.
You're not watching them, you're just listening to them. How do you know they're twinks? How can you tell? Do they just talk about being twinks a lot or something? How can you tell if they're twinks if you can't see them? Fire. Let's listen to Lord of the Game sped up. Oh, the cool one with the video. Where's the skate video? Yeah, there we go. Lee Side Skateboard Mayhem. I'll just look up the lyrics on my phone so I can sing along. Lord of the Game. Yeah. Into the flame, into the fire, with the regard for a thing for around the board of the game, the rulers empire. Board of the game, what a rain, of the clever claim that you be on the doubt. Came to close to the train, it thought we dropped like we jump onto the tower, controlled us a bang, get to watch if I was higher than anything, seemed to retire, life that had changed, sonic as wire, electrified rain to the driver, whipping the wheel, flip on the appeal, out of the face of the base with my lighter, needed to kill, one more chill, but I feel that so much got my burns like a tire, screw this blue, get a real to this fire, for all that has come before this was done, for the real ones like a real, got a little bit power, shower the slums, with power from the war, much of drunk that have come to devour the weakest that runs will become fucking cowards. And it's a unit It's so low. You think I know? Got the feeling to take care. Lord of the game, Lord of the rain above all that you claim to no way on the doubt. There's no one that's came even close to the train. They thought we just like these monsters from the tower, which contain their soldiers of fame, their fortune, their majesty, get by without the bullshit coming at me from all sides. They would have run, they would hide from me, it was all good, but they lie. Don't want to see the wit to rise, that's everyone who does not recognize. Wars have done since we die. Where was I now? Like I said before, I hear someone knocking at my front door. Who could it be? Should I ignore the knock to see what could be in store for me if I leave the safety of the shore? So many options, so little time to do what I want for the end of the line. Places blades at the small of my spine. Is it paranoia? Is it real? How long can I enjoy? What does it feel? But yes, if you make it, and you don't want to go. I don't think I've heard the Macintosh 420. But now I'm gonna hear it sped up. Wait, is it just this mashup, or is there like an actual cover? Is it the mashup version? Yeah, that hits. Y'all know this one?
Guess who's back? Back again. Shaggy's back. To upgrade. Guess who's back? 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 Guess who's back?
I created a monster because nobody wants to see Marsha no more. They want shady, I'm chopped liver. Well, if you want, see, this is what I'll give you. A little bit of weed, this is hard. Look at the back of the jump out my hockey. Get the shot, take a shot at the hospital, but the doctor will not cooperating with the back of the people is operating. You read the song to stop debating on the back, I'm on the rag and ovulating. Got to get a job of changing with your husband, stop problems complicated. Well, the FCC won't let me be, you let me be me, so let me see. They shut me down on MTV, but it feels so empty without me. So, what do we get? What do we get? So many things to get ready. This shit's about to get heavy. I just settled on my lawsuits. Fuck you to me. Little hellions, kids feel the rebellious, embarrassed, appear feels to the Elvis. Start feeling like prison is helpless. So because they're wrong, that a mission yells, bitch. Visionary, vision is scary. Cause start a revolution, polluting the airways of rebels. So this will be a revel of ass for the fact that I got everybody kissing my ass and it's a disaster. It's a catastrophe. You can see the damage to my ass and ass for me. Well, I'm back. In a minute, the center of attention, back for the winner of an arresting. The best things is resting, get festing, give your kids years and nesting. Trusting, a turn for please with attention to someone that's just me. Give a senses, but 2 cents is free. A new sense, who set you sense.
If you had one shot.
Wait, is this the one I want? No, this is not the. Viotex. I know Viotex is what I want. What's this one? Oh, it's so fucking good. If you had
one shot, one
opportunity. His palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on the sweater already. Mom's spaghetti, he's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm but ready to drop bombs. But he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd rose so loud he opened his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's joking now, everybody's joking now. The clock's run out, time's up, over, blah. Slap back to reality. Yup, there goes gravity. Yup, there goes gravity. Choke, he's so mad, but he won't give up. That is, he don't back to his notes. It's all back to his ropes. He knows that, but he's broke. He goes back to his ropes. He goes and he goes back to his mobile home. That's what his back to the lab again. Yo, that's whole rabbit. You better go catch this moment. I hope it don't. You better lose yourself in the music. The moment you own it, you better never let it go. You will look at one shot to not miss a chance to blow. The opportunity comes once in a lifetime. You better. You want to get one shot, do not get a chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. Souls escaping to the soul that escape in this world is mine for the taking. Make me king as you move toward a new world order. The normal life is for the superstar that's close to post-mortem. Only grows harder. Oh, souls harder. Hosts all over. Souls all on them. Coast to coast. Shows known as the close daughter. God damn. Goes home but barely knows his own daughter. Hold your nose, cause here goes the soul water. Souls don't want it no more. He's skull product. He moved on to the next smoke who blows. He goes over, so not a soul. The soap opera is told that unfolds. I suppose his soul partner, but the boat goes on. Yeah, the boat goes on. The boat goes on. I can't do it that fast. I don't know the words like that. You call rage to this motherfucking roof off like 2 off stage. I was in the beginning, the mood all changed. I was chewed up a bit out, boot off stage, but I kept rhyming to step right in the sight. Let me somebody paying the Pied Piper. All the pain inside, amplified by the. Alright, I like this one too.
People let me paint a picture. You know I ain't a Christian. I ain't a Muslim, ain't a Jew. I'm losing my religion. I speak to God correctly. I know my God respect me because He let me read His air and He really blessed me. I ain't knocking you, but I don't fuck
The hospital respect the gospel truly know, but Jesus like apostles do. I'm Muhammad too.
Stay away from him like Abraham, Lord, I follow you. Even when you took on your shot down, and I'm a neighborhood and modern day martyr, but brother, I'm a do. I'm on the block and tracing the footsteps. Keep making you love, cause I work in the vision. We gonna make it through my control of the song.
Spiritual, but I'm lyrical.
This is for my soldier niggas looking at the mirror. Sitting home, scratching my silver, eating cereal. Maybe find a way to survive. Shit is a miracle. We got mice in the crib, roaches in the toasters, rice in the crib, bread in the oven by the roaster. We can take it to the cabs, chasing for the bags, and laser shit swag. Really getting mad, these are the flags, rapping them around my hands. Niggas they become Americans, I'm not a jab. Feeling like the God's leading to heaven. When the reverend looking like the pimp and the pimp.
All the corn's filled with sidewalk, all the streets are filled with pain around my head.
These conditions make us strong. We create our own, that was just later on. Our children have these in their name, they can say they own. Lips make freestyle, can be fake song. Look at that home with the couch, that's what that's names. He only grand to incarcerate you till he's still a brother through across the finger. You know the guns, not the papers, count the greatest, take it coast to coast. I later Chicago, and smooth operators. The trail, cop the blacks, cop the phone, cop the back, drop a flow, rock and have a top, stop the cap, the doctor, a lawyer, make your mama promise that you finish school, but when you got a dream, you gotta follow that. Make sure when you make it out, you always holler back. Without what you got from that, you always put your dollars back. On top of that, this is a legacy, you'll be the part of that.
When the Toho fans suddenly realize they're listening to Toho music again. Okay, but very important one missing here. Tell me this is it. No, this is not it. God damn it. Oh, I'm gonna be upset if I can't find the fucking song's just called You, right? The God fucking damn it. I don't need some fucking quad CJ fucking. I don't need quad C DJ remixes. I need the Igarashi song. I need the fucking Igarashi song. Is this an Osu video of it?
Hi guys.
This doesn't appear to have any Eminem in it. I'm not sure how it is the Viotex remix if it doesn't have any remix elements to it. I'm not gonna be able to find this. God damn it. あなたは今どこで何をしていますか？この空の続く場所にいますか？いつものように笑顔でいてくれますか？ It's that song, but it's got the really sad, have you ever loved someone so much you given on for? Not the expression, no, literally given on for. When you know you're the heart and you know they are your armor, and you would destroy anyone who would try to harm her. But what happens with karma goes right around to bite you, and everything you stand for turns on you to spite you. That one. It's those two songs combined. I can't find it, motherfucker. Well, at least this was nothing to go for but Clannad Busta Rhymes. I can't type the actual name of this song. I'll get in trouble. The original.
What's the round, y'all? Rory mother, y'all. Check it out, y'all. Just swing to the left, swing to the right. Make you feel good, make you feel alright. One time, feel good here, y'all. Bust around in the place, y'all. Make you feel real good, y'all. Let Moses squad in the place, y'all.
But wow, so my who don't care. Floss like a bunch of them back to me ass. Making you run, me and my done sticking my buns. Floss a little, that's a bit of mutual flum. Blow with the horn, that's a every beer. But don't ever dream I see it. This from my lawn, dangerous. But keep hacking it. Have to get the flippy so immaculate. Hey yo, watching my dough, sipping my all. Sipping the soul, the pretty bitches saying hello. Any bigger headed this, take it overlay. Little homie, do it, carry away. I don't be hold you up and I got something to say. Swear to only give you hot shit every day. You're afraid of us. You know this in the game to us, it's strange to us. That's when we get dangerous. Come on. いつも幸せの中で星より天度は二度そう見てる仲良し感で手をつなぐよ気ままるなになるよ星を作りバンド星の上みんなで笑い合うよ先のそので手をつなぎて Amy, I'll try that one. Hold your breath, we should get it from right to left. Where the right clap, can hide to death, saying a lot. You know, the struggle survive. Holding my heat under my seat, ripping my five. FaceTime for all my people moving around. Give me your pound, holding it down, cutting you up. The new fucking you up, fucking you up. My black hole sucking you up. Back in the days, you could be ass out. Now I'm holding 7 more than you, not gonna count. Blaze the street, and I just put the list of night. The group, my chicken, making you bounce. Others to spare me, and breaking the bread straight, getting it because it's taking his head, afraid to cross. It's in the game to us, it's strange to us, so we get dangerous. Come on. 仲良しが手につなぐよ今までになるよ星を作るバンド星の上みんなで Warai auyo, usagi no sora de tenji kayu tsukisama. Ureshii koto tanoshii koto mo marinate. Feel the heat up in the street, rocking the beat, step in the club, taking the beat, start to see, coming around, all of my surround me, so much fun, the pick up, drown me, making you drunk, feeling the skunk, blazing skunk, hitting the heat, hold your truck, afraid of us, it was in the game to us, it's straight to us, it's only getting dangerous. Na 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 Make it feel alright. Music, yeah, y'all. This is probably it. Yeah, this is it. Watch it turn out to be the wrong rap, and it's a totally different remix of Eminem and You. It has nothing to do with the one I thought. No, this is the right one.
Not the expression, no, literally giving on for. When they know they're your heart, and you know you are their armor, and you will destroy anyone who would try to harm her. But what happens when karma turns right around and bite you, and everything you stand for turns on you to fight you? What happens when you become
Amy, you got the search terms down. I failed my search.
I'll give you one underdog, and you gotta swing by yourself. Then turn right around in that song and tell her you love her. Then put hands on her mother who's a spitting image of her. That's Slim Shady. Yeah, baby, Slim Shady's crazy. Shady made me, but the nice Shady's rock about babies.
When I'm gone, just carry on, no more rejoice. Every time you hear the sound of my voice, just know that I'm looking down and you're smiling. And not in the feel of things, so baby, don't feel the pain, just smile back. When I'm gone, just carry on, no more rejoice. Every time you hear the sound of my voice, just know that I'm looking down and you're smiling. And not in the feel of things, so baby, don't feel the pain, just smile back.
I'm pushing Haley on the swing. She keeps screaming, she don't want me to sing. You're making mommy cry. Why? Why is mommy crying? Baby, daddy ain't leaving no more.
Daddy, you're lying.
You always say that. You always say this is the last time, but you ain't leaving no more.
Daddy, you're lying.
In front of the door, trying to block it. Daddy, please, daddy, don't leave. Daddy, no, stop it. Goes in the pocket, pulls out a tiny necklace locket. It's got a picture. This will keep you safe, daddy. Take your picture. I look up, it's just me standing in the mirror. These fucking walls must be talking, cause man, I can hear them. They're saying you got one more chance to do right, and it's tonight. Now go out there and show them that you love them, or it's too late. And just as I go to walk out of my bedroom door, it turns to a stage, they're gone, and the spotlight is on, and I'm singing. When I'm gone, just carry on, no more rejoice. Every time you hear the sound of my voice, just know that I'm looking down, you're smiling, and not feeling things. So baby, don't feel the pain, just smile back. And when I'm gone, just carry on, no more rejoice. Every time you hear the sound of my voice, just know that I'm looking down, you're smiling, and not feeling things. So baby, don't feel the pain, just smile back. 30,000 people are jumping out their seat. The curtain closes, they're throwing roses at my feet. I take a bow, and thank you all for coming out. They're screaming so loud, I take one last look at the crowd. I glance down, I don't believe what I'm seeing. Daddy, it's me. God, mommy, your wrists are bleeding, but baby, we're sweeting. How did you get the sweeting? I followed you, daddy. You told me that you were leaving. You lied to me, dad, and now you make mommy sad. And I bought you this coin. It says #1 dad. That's all I wanted. I just want to give you this coin. I get the point. Fine, me and mommy are going. But baby, wait, it's too late, dad. You made your choice. Now go out there and show them that you love them more than us. That's what they want. They want you more, so they keep screaming your name. It's no wonder you can't go to sleep. Just take another pill. Yeah, I bet you will. You rap about it. Yeah, word, keep it real. I hear applause. All this time I couldn't see. How could it be that the curtain is closing on me? I turn around, find a gun on the ground, cock it, put it to my brain, swing God Shady, pop it. The sky darkens, my light flashes. The plane that I was supposed to be on crashes and burns to ashes. That's when I wake up, alarm clock's ringing, this bird singing, it's ringing. Haley's outside swinging. I walk right up to Kim and kiss her, tell her I miss her. Haley just smiles when we said a little sister, almost as if the still gone. Just carry on, don't more rejoice. Every time you hear the sound of my voice, just know that I'm looking down, you're smiling, and not feeling things. So baby, don't feel the pain, just smile back. And when I'm gone, just carry on, don't more rejoice. Every time you hear the sound of my voice, just know that I'm looking down, you're smiling, and not feeling things. So baby, don't feel the pain, just smile back.
Lapusha said Eminem's kid is non-binary. Which one, though? I believe he has 3 daughters. Fuck my own kids to brats, as he said in Houdini. Fucking amazing song. Amazing comeback track for Eminem, I think, personally. All right. If anybody has anything they want me to watch, super chat it now or forever hold your peace. I'm going to play one more thing and then I'm going to wrap this up since you're all talking about Princess Tutu. We'll play sped up my Princess Tutu AMV and then I'm going to bed. Okay, Flip, we'll play Touch My Coffee first.
I am sitting in the morning at the diner on the
Oh my
corner.
God.
I am waiting at the counter for the man to pour the coffee. And he pours it only halfway. And before I even argue, he is looking out the window at somebody coming in.
Down, 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 down,
All right.
down, down, down. Hey, guess who's back again. Shady's back. Tell a friend. Now everyone go to the dance floor,
This is really a song that exists in Persona 5 is just using this melody?
Guess who's back with a brand new rap? And I don't mean rap as in a new case of time on the stage and that music. No worries, I've got a brand new bag of toys. What else could I possibly do to make noise? I done touched on everything but little boys. That's not a stab at my fool, that's just a metaphor. I'm just psycho, I go a little bit crazy. Sometimes I get a little bit out of control with my rhymes. Dip to a little slide, then down, touch the throat, and slide at the center of the dance floor.
This was the song that first kind of made me stop paying attention to Eminem at the time. Like, because I was kind of like, I don't know, this doesn't hit the same way as their last few. You know? I didn't like the because it's not a noise I wanted to have to make myself. I don't want to go around doing that thing, you know. But in retrospect, the song is good. It's fun. It's good. I do always remember this part from accidentally flirting on Dre. That was my favorite bit. Now all he does is that. Hit them. I'm gonna hit that.
Now this is the part where the rap breaks down. It's real intense, no one makes a sound. Everything looks like a 8 Mile now. The beat goes back and everybody loses sound. Snap back to reality. Look, see rabbit, are you song hit the pound? I'm a grown man, to the other heavy lines go right here. So tell me fellas, right left, not make the right one. Tell us what? Black girls, white girls, skinny girls, fat girls, tall girls, small girls, uncolored all girls. Everyone report to the dance floor. Into a dance floor, little romance floor. Let's squeeze in, it's the season. Let's go. I'm gonna make you dance. It's your chance. Yeah, boy, shake that ass.
Who's the girl? Now you don't like my girl. You said so crazy. Oh baby.
I'm sitting at the dining on the corner. I am waiting to check the man for the coffee. He puts it only halfway. And I even argue, just looking out the window at somebody coming in.
All right. But hope an ambulance is inbound. Papers are hanging, it's in the support of now. I understand if a Mandalay in Orlando, but Colorado, but Colorado, like a bite of the one, I walk a ride, bitch, I run. I don't walk a ride, bitch, I run. I really gotta work on my fucking enunciation. I don't walk a line, bitch, I run. Because I don't got no time to waste a command on. They call me 5 Danons, with dot Danon, and like a shotgun on, ready to cut on them. Need the pussy stretched out like the Octomom. Alright, he's gonna play us out. I'm fucking gonna pass out. I just want beautiful and phallic purge. mutated mixture of souls and rot. There'll be shadows formed. I, the swan, am beautiful and exist in space between strength and ideals. I, the swan, beautiful and phallic, next still by the story of the government bell. Painting swollen canvas needs to flow. Can you feel? Our voices something with a mutated mixture.
I, the swan, beautiful and happy, can't explain, can't feel. I, the swan, beautiful and happy, can't explain, can't feel.
He picked up a large white vase and pitched it. Sharp porcelain wine, the shapeless pool of liquid formed by its contents. Of man who pulled at my feet. The artist, the true manifestation of struggle. Two beasts, naked.
I, the swan, beautiful and happy, can't explain, can't feel.
This happens halfway through. This is like the season 1 finale, basically, that I just showed you. But almost unbroken. A few minutes of that are just unbroken footage that was not edited at all. It was just like, here's this song set to the Swan Lake scene from Princess Tutu. It goes good. Will I ever fix my PayPal situation to set up a Streamlabs sleep? I can't fix my PayPal situation. I can't get into it, but I cannot fix it. Not anytime soon. So, no, I can't do it. Sorry. Unfortunate. There's got to be some other way to get fucking money from Australia besides if YouTube can do it without me needing a PayPal, there must be another way. So, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay. That's the problem. I just said I couldn't get into it. But you can't ask follow-up to a question I can't give. Pretend I have a non-disclosure agreement. Okay. Anyway, that's it for tonight. Good night.